Why, hello there, partners, and welcome to the official Action RPG live stream. My name is Aaron, owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG, and today we're going to be playing a little bit of the Dark West. Pew, Say pew. My name. Pew, pew. Goal is hopefully Plunderer loses his stream streak. The fact that we're doing a late stream, I'm going to try and knock out some streaks. Howdy, Sheriff. Hello. This isn't Last Epoch. He has a streamer client. In this game, I do. Well, I mean, I don't know. Nope, I collected it already. Plunderer's already here. Darn it. Is Anger here? Howdy, partners. Hello, everyone. Guys, I'm just kidding. I'm not trying to knock out stream streaks. Now, at this point, I'm numb to everything, so it doesn't matter. I want to be as clear as possible, okay? There's a lot of things. There's a lot that happened as to why I'm streaming today. One, I planned on watching the Dark West Q&A live stream, which starts in 55 minutes. So I figured I might as well stream it. Also, tomorrow is my daughter's birthday, which I did not forget about. Before anybody says he forgot about his daughter's birthday, that's why he's streaming on Saturday. That's not it. But I just figured that I could stream on Saturday for this. He forgot about his daughter's birthday. No, that's not what happened. I just... Hi. Oh. Hi. Good morning. I didn't... You totally forgot, didn't you? You forgot your daughter's birthday. I didn't forget, is what I'm saying. Instead of trying to balance my daughter's birthday, church, and stream, I thought it would be better if I streamed today, the Dark West, and then take tomorrow off. So that makes more sense. That's how cowboys work. You guys believe me, right? Let us ask wifey. Wait, what? I believe you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, sure. What? So when does Twitch... Why does Twitch say Last Epoch? Does Twitch say Last Epoch? Oh my gosh, Twitch does say Last Epoch. Gosh. That's weird. Not supposed to say that. That's why I asked Aaron. Jeez. How weird. All right, I fix it. The Dark West. All right, it's fixed. Should be fixed. I'm gonna have you on the background while I watch SummerSlam. Nice. Too late. He forgot this monster. What? Now, you said you bought her a pony for I didn't forget her birthday. What? I thought we're going to the Dark West of Last Epoch. Scam! Will you guys just listen for a second? Okay. Yesterday, we had an excellent, informative, great Last Epoch dev stream. Today, on the official Dark West channel, they are having a live Q&A, which starts in 51 minutes. 51 minutes. The Dark West team is going to have a live Q&A. And we're going to watch it. And we're going to compare small indie team. And we'll see what this conversation with people all the time. We'll see what's going on. I normally come across as this crazy shill, which is probably true. Informative. Yes, informative. Don't make me remember it. Come on, guys. Create a new character. Bro, the comments. Oh my gosh. The video I put out today. Oh my gosh. So I filmed the video. I'm editing it. And in my head, it's like, I can't post this video. It's like a Seinfeld episode. It's a video about nothing. But I was like, but I've spent so much time on it. And I was like, oh, I'm going to post it. Oh, it's so brutal. It's a brutal video. Did you watch the dev chat video from today?
I'm not listening.
Oh, it was so informative. Oh, it's brutal. I gifted Dragonkin to a streamer. He started playing yesterday. I think he stayed up all night. His regular game, Undecember. I can fix him. Nice job. I read the comments. Did you go into the comment section? Oh, man. Yeah. The comments are, they're colorful. Anyways, point being, today we're going to play a little bit of Dark West. We're going to watch the Q&A. And then tomorrow I'll be taking off to enjoy church and my daughter's birthday without having to stream. Not having to stream, because I love streaming, but I don't have to deal with you. I mean hang out with you. You guys know what I mean. On a scale of 1 to spicy, how hot are the comments? They're spicy. That's just rude. You know what I mean. He just means he's free of us. No, that's not what I mean. They're about EHG though. Yes. Why you gotta be so rude? I love that intro for the LE development stream video, dude. Way to show some restraint. So it's funny. I was trying to think of an intro about timing, like tell us when. We're sick of waiting. I almost use Caddyshack, well, we're waiting, but I always use that. So I really had to think about we're waiting. And then it just hit me, Tombstone, say when, because we want to know when. So I use Tombstone. Should have done a pop quiz hotshot scene from Speed. I just recently used Speed. There's a bomb on a bus. What do you do? I just use Speed. You'll get nothing and like it. Yeah, I thought Tombstone was a good one. So anyways, right now we are logged into the brand new Dark West demo. I want to be as clear as humanly possible, okay? This is an alpha demo from an indie developer. I don't say that to diminish the demo. I just say that because a lot of times people can lack grace and understanding, and they'll look at the Dark West and say, no, PoE 2 is better. This is garbage. Don't say that. Well, you can say whatever you want, but this is an alpha demo from an indie developer. Okay? PoE is garbage. This is the new Blizzard game. Yeah. PoE 2 is, but here we go. So you're saying they will have less bugs than LE. Okay. Also, for the remainder of this stream, we're not going to talk about Last Epoch. 3 classes have been shown: the Padre, the Gunslinger, and the Thresher. 2 of them coming soon. Right now in the demo, you could play as the Gunslinger. Kane the Gunslinger. Shadowless Revenant, Gunslinger with no photograph, no memory, killing with impossible speed before rising again from the dust. I feel like this, if you look at this picture, it kind of looks like me, right? You guys, formidable, daunting. What do you... He has more hair. That's very funny. That's funny. Can I ask why you're dressed like the Ranger from Yogi Bear instead of Aaron? I told my West. By the way, if you guys don't know this, I practically never spend money. Never. Nothing. Never. Nothing. I was like, honey, I'm going to ask you to order me something. I don't want it to be super expensive, but I also don't want it to be a Halloween costume. I want you to look up an authentic Clint Eastwood style Western hat. I'm going to need this going forward for Dark West streams. And she said she's on it. This is the best thing I've got right now. It's not very daunting. What do you mean the Yogi Bear Ranger? That's not how I look. You look like a Temu Park Ranger. You're saying I look like a pink nightmare? You guys, this outfit's authentic. Hey, it is the Ranger, a Ranger. I see now, Carino Ranger hat. He does look like a park ranger hat. Is that the hat from Curious George? No, the hat from Curious George would be yellow. Big guy doesn't even know how it works. On the other side over here, talks about base abilities, barrel breaker, shadow step, ricochet, and quick draw. So we got Kane the Gunslinger, 3 options, base abilities, character name. Doc. I think Doc will take. Oh, oh, they said that the audio for this is coming. Don't worry, all right? No audio. This is all in development. We can't hear. There's no audio. He was determined to go all in on the poker hand. They were all looking at him. Go F yourself. This is my money. I've had enough. Who wants to fight? What? Give me that money. Give it to me or I'll kill her. I'll do it. You think I won't do it? I'll do it. She's a witch.
What? That's messed, bro. You better fix that
What kind of voiceover is this? She's a witch. Aaron needs to narrate this for sure. Duh. Everybody knows that. I can save her. Kaiser, come on, dude. 2 words about this game. Garbage. There's Rook. There's Rook Empire. Hey, Rook, do you play PoE? Oh, look, Carino Eastwood. Aaron, looky. What? High tech. Is this a Grim Dawn knockoff? Yes. Yeah, it's Grim Dawn. Yep. Do you feel lucky? Well, do ya? Punk? Is this the last Epoch killer? All right, WASD movement. Got my pistol. You got your bullets on your belt right here. Why you gotta bring the raptors out?
You should turn around while you still can. No. And be worth the damn and put a bullet in me.
Get out of here! Can't let the first enemy kill me. Bunny, I have to kill these bunnies. Don't say stupid stuff. They're actual like enemies. Don't say he's killing the bunnies already. What's wrong? Why are you killing the animals, guys?
I got a bad feeling about this.
Guys, I gotta kill the animals, all right? They're all possessed. Stupid. They're fast, too. I'm waiting for someone to say, can you tell me about Endgame? Just please don't. Filthy I already casual. Got a rifle. Who else wants some? Is this build on your website? Don't start, dude. please. Please. Why did I boot up stream? Why? Call PETA. Will you stop it? Hell out of here. Oh, that AoE is not fair. Huh? Killing bunnies. End game build guide. No. He's a bunny killer 9000. They're charging me and do damage. I have to kill. I have to take them out. They're evil. Look at them all. There's King of the Bunnies. Guys, don't tell Bunny about this. Anybody else got a problem? Don't say he only plays minions. Don't say that. Run away. What do you mean run away? No minion build. I can't bring the bunnies back to life to fight for me. All right, tab, map overlay. Kind of that D4 style. I can still move when it's up. You can't really see very good. Standard ARPG inventory screen here. What is different about this, which is very cool, how like Diablo 2, you would have charms, or Last Epoch, you would have idols. In this game right here is where you keep your poker cards, and you'll actually find cards, and the higher the hand, the better the bonus. So you're trying to build poker hands. Everybody knows that. Barrel breaker. Oh, where are those bunnies at? When is this build guide coming out? Will you guys stop it? Freaking bird people. I kind of like that. Wait, hold on. What do you guys think of the gunplay? Some people think it sucks. Other people think it's good. Watch the reload. I don't know. I guess the back of the rifle not being against the shoulder's not good. But when he runs, he puts it kind of in the right spot. You like it? Tell that to TLI. I know. These little... Right now, I'm just exploring. I don't know how much you can actually explore. I think this is a dead end. Yes. As long as the gameplay is fun, don't really care about the reload. Weirdly, I see that a lot. The gunplay, reload. Like, that's what a lot of people so far have cared about. Everybody, I'm literally in the first tutorial zone. So if you're wondering, like, why is your character so slow? I'm using a level 1 rifle, level 1 body. Shotgun! Excellent. You want to know what made me ditch my .1 PoE 2 mercenary? The slow reload. Get out of here, bunnies! You guys didn't know I had a shotty now. This frickin' longhorn, dude. It's possessed. Damn. Don't worry, it dropped 2 coins. I don't know where it was keeping those coins, but we got them. Are those Nerf darts? Okay, now I'm getting upset. What's that? It's green.
Look like it fits.
A lot of shotguns. Green rifle.
Ain't no room left. Ain't no room left.
All right. Cleared the first zone.
We see the darkness in you.
Who else wants some? Can't shoot in town. They're fighting. Guys, this isn't the answer. Don't. Dead man's supply.
Fresh goods from the frontier. Supplies run thin these days.
Ooh, this is gambling. Cards. Got 166 gold.
Travel light on supplies, heavy on
We got a green and
munitions.
purple item.
Keep walking.
Right click to identify. Oh, brother. Excellent. And guys, don't say he's already cheating. Don't say a word.
Killed the mules.
All right, that's perfect.
Careful with that powder. Caravan.
He's a
leaves
streamer
yard.
client. It's not a streamer client.
Price
We need a
is fair
belt.
if coin's honest.
Dude, the purple gloves are money. What? You don't need to cheat with a streamer client. Right click to identify yourself as a streamer client. Howdy, partner. Okay. Sweet. We now have boots, belt, gloves, armor, hat, and a green rifle.
Seen stranger things on the road.
We now have shadow step for our dash. And we're continuing barrel breaker. We're gonna look around town a little bit. Why is everyone fighting? Wait, they stopped fighting. Oh, wait, are they? Oh, they're like, what up, bro? They're like, what up? What's cracking, dude? I'm pretty tall, I feel like.
The light endures.
What's this guy doing? They're chatting. Wanted, the butcher. No, brother.
So
They're fighting.
trust in the order.
We can't go in and gamble, and I don't think that stuff's unlocked yet. I'm just looking around town right now. These guys are kicking it by the fire. hell is that? This guy's looking for a handout. Try that in a small town. I want to sit and hang out. Looks like minimum stuff to read. 10 out of 10. Storage chest. All right, there's our storage. You can tell they've actually spent a lot of time on the town. You got a bunch of NPCs doing a whole bunch of crap.
Rope and fire, man's best friend.
Okay, does this guy in the back over here look like he's taking a leak? Hold on, look at that.
Put food on the damn table.
I think he is. I think he is too. Bro, can't he go around the outside of the fence? Come on. Bounty board. Oh, I've killed a lot of longhorns. I'll accept that bounty. If he stops staring, he can finish. Will you stop it? All right. Explore the dangerous areas. No more bunnies, I hope. First thing's a bunny. Bird people! Oh, of course. Hell out of here. Bird people. That bird was huge. Yes. Upgraded body armor. Excellent. You be nice to those bird people. I'm... What the? We got a card. Is it the ace of spades? Oh, great. Now I got to deal with this guy. Dude, the shots were hitting him and bouncing back and hitting me. That's not allowed. All right, we got a king. We got a king. 4.2 second cooldown reduction. He's shielded. I saw. The ace of spades. All right. Who else wants some? Bird. The heck's going on over here? He might be okay. Well, maybe not. You'd have a cigar in your mouth. That's what I need. Gosh. Didn't know who he's messing with. Cam, this looks jank as hell. Need more time to cook. Hopefully they can iron it out. Yeah, this is pre-alpha indie demo. Hey Cam, do you play PoE normally on YouTube? To be honest, it's already looking way better than the first demo. Yes. What time does the Westathon start? Very funny. Cam, you do play PoE? Okay, I was just making sure. Okay. I thought this was closer to release. Didn't realize it was pre-alpha. Yeah, this is just a pre-early access alpha demo. Wait, that's not a cowboy hat. I'm aware. Oh, we can get a straight. Ooh, or we can get a flush. Look, 3 spades. Cooldown reduction, cooldown reduction, cooldown reduction. All right, we need 2 more spades. I think they're gonna have the same issue as Dragonkin. Nobody wants a builder spender system in 2026. We all know you're a sucker for a flush. Takes me out of every tournament, a flush draw. If I get 4 on the flop, it's over. I'm in. It doesn't matter. I'm in. You are dressed like a mountie. You're dressed like a mountie. Get out of here. Oh, come on. That's too many birds. They don't know who they're messing with. Chat is vicious. LMAO. Jesus. Yeah, I play PoE. So what? No, it's a little joke that we have. Anytime I'm playing a game, Grim Dawn, Last Epoch, Dark West, any non-PoE game, someone will come in and talk crap. So then the question is asked, do you play PoE? And 100 for 100, literally 100% of the time, the answer is yes. So since you entered the stream and said this game's crap, the question is automatically asked, do you play PoE? In which you say, of course. Just... Why is this green? I feel like I should be able to click on it. Oh, I'm probably supposed to go up here. Baited by the placeholder, is that what it is? It's like I can't miss. People are gonna think that I have some kind of auto aim cheat. My aim is so good, it's insane. Maybe I should pretend to miss or something. Gosh! It's like I have ESPN. Exactly. He's cheating. I'm not cheating. I couldn't tell. Did the waypoint just hurt me? Oh. Thought it like burned me or something. Aimbot for show. That's right. Most humble streamer on Twitch. There was a couple misses there, but that was intentional, I think. Draw me a card. I need to get my flush. I feel like I need a Halo style, like, hit him with my gun.
It ain't over yet, McGavin. The way I see it, we've only just begun.
I need to tell the devs that. A lot of times I get close to the enemy and then I'm just shooting him point blank. It'd be cool if I could just hit him with my gun like I'm playing Halo. All right, I'm adding that to my feedback list. Royal flush. Right now I got nothing. 3 spades. All right, moving forward. You getting Grim Dawn vibes? Aaron wants to pistol whip a bunny monster. No, that's not what I'm saying. This ARPG was made for Aaron. He just needs minions. You guys, even if this game had minions, I wouldn't play it. I mean, sorry, I would try it, but I wouldn't main it, you know? You guys know that. A minion build will either be a rancher or a ranger. Bro, a rancher is a good idea. A rancher? Oh my gosh, I love that idea. I don't like these guys. Wave birds. Did you name your character Shooter McGavin? I named my character Doc. DOC, it's all it says. These birds are no joke. I got 8 points. Call it Texas Ranger. All right. I dumped Barrel Breaker, moved up to Concussive Blast. Excellent. All right. Where the hell are those bird people? Ace. And a king. All right. We officially have a pair. So, guys, you'll see this. So I have found 5 cards, okay? This is your charms, your idol system. And we now, our best hand is 2 kings. So that gives us a pair. What does a pair do? Increase card effect. Saturday stream, is this a subathon? No. No. Any word on controller sport? We can ask all of these questions. The reason why I'm streaming is the Dark West team is doing a live Q&A like we watch on Last Epoch's dev stream starting in 16 minutes. 16 minutes, the Dark West team goes live. I bet they'll give us way more info. We're not allowed to compare it to Last Epoch. You talked about Elite. I just used that as an example. Mung, get out of here.
I'm sorry for yelling at you. I love you, bro. My bad.
Can we
dude.
ask them when LE Season 5 comes out? No, you're not allowed to try and troll them. Wait, is that what you guys aren't going to do that, right? Does it follow poker logic in the combos? It does follow poker hands, but I have no idea. Like, obviously, better hand equals better bonus, but that's all I know. Better hand, better bonus. Do not say Aaron wants. Don't troll them. You guys aren't going to do that, right? Guys. You got knocked the... Bro, they should call me Angel Eyes. What is this, Wild Wild West? Oh my gosh, that concussive blast is very nice. Why does this buffalo have so much life? And don't, if somebody starts with the ZDPS thing, I'm gonna start getting upset. I haven't found a good weapon yet. All right, we got him. Always cooking with the grease. Game looks fun. You'll play it when it gets controller support. They're working on controller support. It's ZDPS once again. This is not... Aim for the head. All right. I'll aim for the head. Why you're shooting at 22? Guys. Aaron, I have my question. Aaron likes to kill helpless animals. Will there be hunting for him? You think I'm going to die of dysentery? Their Q&A starts in 12 minutes. Oh, I think I missed the checkpoint. Hold on. Look, and I got to deal with the bird person over there. Jeez. Is this even a proper cowboy game without dysentery? That's what I'm saying. Get bigger bullets. Now I got to listen to this. All right. That's how you teleport back to town. I want more cards. Question, will there be a secret bunny level so Aaron can kill his favorite things, bunnies? That's not true. You guys aren't going to ask these types of questions. Really, right?
Supplies run thin these days.
All right, we don't have any rings.
Careful with that powder.
Okay, now we got a ring. Unidentified shotgun. Want a shotgun or get more cards? Get one card. Just one.
Got supplies if you're buying.
3? Three. Nobody uses a 3 of clubs. This is such a fun game. It is fun. 3. At least it's not a 2. Hey, I've got ace, 3, 5. So we're kind of... And we have queen, king, ace. What? I'm still streaking. I didn't think you were going to make it, Shmee. I was like, there's no way. All right, let's grab a shoddy. See if we get a good rarity shoddy.
Careful with that powder. Got supplies?
No, both terrible.
Trade keeps the town alive.
All right.
Travel light on
there we go.
supplies,
Upgraded
heavy
hat.
on munitions. Supplies were on
Blue,
thin
blue,
these days.
purple, green, green.
Caravan leaves
Bed to
a
bed, almost
dog.
7 a.m. Good night, sir.
Steady
Okay.
is the dam.
I'm almost out of town. You almost made it. Wow, unrealistic
God
much.
poisons this land.
There's no teleportation portals in the Wild West. Immersion is broken. Oh, gosh. All right, I missed a couple shots there, but I can't hit everything. Aaron, what happened to Grim Dawn? Grim Dawn's still in play. It's just today is the Dark West. Boom! Q&A. You freaking bird. Can't hit anything, you mean. Bro, I rarely miss. If they had an accuracy rating, I'm probably at 90%. Other than those bunnies, they're small. Who else is out there?
The lie detector test determined that was a lie.
Aimbot, ZDPS, guys, come on. Uh-oh. Why does he keep hit? Why won't he die? Don't answer that question. Don't. It's not. It's a skill issue. Okay, now I'm getting upset. Don't. Don't say anything. I got these old Italian sausage fingers. Maybe you should try a bow and arrow. Okay, that's it. That's it. Now I'm upset. Anything. Oh, gosh. Okay. Are you liking the game? I'm liking it. I just suck. I went back to Barrel Breaker. I really like this game. You like this one? Come on, you can make lightning shot work, right? I hit 18 billion at the dummy, beating all of 8-2 in TLI in 6 days. And then we stopped playing. Now he's doing 18 damage in this game. What the heck? No, I didn't see it. I wasn't paying attention. Wait. We got 2 10s. We got a 2 pair. All right, I need a 10 or a king for a full house. He actually has a pair, a 2 pair, sir. 2 pair. I need a 10 or a king. Hex, the Dark West. Hype. What's up, Aaron in chat? Love you. Thanks for the sub. The Dark West. Oh my gosh, are they live yet? Not yet. Aaron, waiting on controller for this. Tell them to speed up the process so I can play. You want me to tell them? Hey guys, been requested. I just want them to keep dropping cards. They didn't think I was ready for him. Why are you streaming today? Tomorrow's Sienna's birthday, and today is the Q&A for Dark West. I was ready, bro. All right. I want them to drop more cards. And he forgot it was her birthday. I did not forget it was my daughter's birthday. I just thought streaming and my daughter's birthday and church tomorrow would be a little too much. So I'll stream today. Oh, wait a second. A 10? Boat. We already have a full house. 25% increased card effect, 5% multiplicative life, 5% multiplicative resource. Streamer client works fine, I see. Guys, this is not a streamer. If I have a 2, I would also have a straight. Red ring cards is not a red. No, it's we got a boat. Happy birthday, Sienna. This looks quite interesting. Does this have an end game? No, this is a alpha demo. This is pre-early access, Vincent. There's no, I don't know if you're joking or not. It's okay if you're not. No, there's no end game right now. But you can ask that question to the developers who are live right now.
Just like the early days.
Yeah. My face can't stay there.
AOC, let's get Drake. We're gonna have a great time.
Miley Cyrus. Gotta get everybody.
Billy Ray Cyrus. Cyrus the Virus from Con Air.
Hold
on.
I'm putting myself in the dev stream, like my own little camera spot. Am I allowed to do that? I think I'm allowed to do that.
Boom. Osmosis Jones is a great movie. I remember watching that in like 4th grade science class or something.
Oh yeah, I did a paid sponsorship for the government of Canada to promote the anime cells at work for their science department. The state,
Why are
the
you not
government mandated
talking
science
with
department had a
them?
panel on cells
I
at
didn't.
work.
I'm
They're
not.
paying people to do live streams about it, and it's basically just Osmosis Jones the anime.
That's not a cowboy hat for sure. I'm
crazy.
aware
They
it's
paid
not
us
a cowboy
200
hat, but I
CAD.
ordered one. I've never heard of this game
Dang.
until I came across your
To
stream. Thanks.
restream
You're
a
very
science
welcome.
panel for the government.
Nice, dude. All right,
Yeah,
should
man.
we begin or should we wait a little longer?
Yeah.
All right, how about this, chat? You type the digit 4 if you would like us to begin now. Don't ask why it's 4, just do it. Okay, if you type
Why
the
it's
digit
what?
4, we can begin. Hello, Mr.
Shout out
Aaron.
to
How you doing, man? Nice to see
Aaron,
you.
yeah, I was gonna say Action Aaron. Use his full name, thank you.
Howdy,
right.
partners.
So, question number 1. Is there a timetable for early access?
Great
Lighty?
question. Pass.
Short answer
yes.
is
yes, no.
yeah, pretty much. Is we're working on the game and it'll be out when it's ready. The
What
long
is time,
answer
you know?
is no. There you go. That's the best we can give you.
Yeah.
Number
This
2.
decade. Like within this decade.
At some point in the future, the game will be in early access. That's what we can say.
Yep.
All right. Will there be a stat that gives your projectiles a maximum distance? Yes, it already exists. It's called lifespan. Now, you might be a Path of Exile player because they just added something in PoE that basically limits the distance. So in our game, if we wanted to modify that, we could simply say lifespan is now, a maximum of this value. And boom, there we go. Lighty might have a more technical answer than that, but I would say
There is a more technical
sombrero.
answer.
Oh, here we go.
So lifespan is a weird thing. It's like
And I'm not a
kind of a combination
park ranger.
stat / thing that's relative to a couple other stats. So we actually just changed this formula because we're doing it in the middle of a projectile refactor. We had a meeting about this a couple days ago, but there's 3 different things in the lifespan equation. There's the range, which previously it was range in meters was lifespan times projectile speed. So basically lifespan is the duration of a projectile, and then the speed is how fast a projectile moves, like meters per second, right? So if something is alive longer, and it's traveling faster, it'll go farther.
It's not
kind
a
of how it works
sombrero.
in PoE 1, where it was like proj speed equals distance of a projectile. That's like a really easy way to see it, and then you could slow it down and it works kind of in the inverse. But we're doing a
Guys, come on. I know you guys troll last epoch. Don't troll the Dark West team. They haven't earned that. Hoofprint's already over there. Aaron wants to know, all games with minions are awesome. When will Dark West have minions? Don't do that to them.
of how we scale it and what we do with it. Then we can make items around it. We can make abilities around it, and you get things like in PoE terms, like a ball lightning. That's like a very slow projectile, like a really high lifespan, or something that's a projectile that goes off the map and ends even quicker. So we've got it, and then we've got a little bit more, and we have room to play with it eventually.
There you go. There's your very technical answer. Hopefully that answers that exactly.
Back to my margarita.
It says literally, will there the end of projectile effects such as explosions or little secondary projectiles like tornado shot? Will there be end of projectile effects? That's what I would read that question as. Like a tornado shot. Yeah. Why not? Yeah, we just designed a skill like that actually, because it's basically you shoot a meteor down, it blows up, and then other meteors come off of it. Boom. So yeah.
I mentioned the projectile refactor.
Thanks, Tech. Thanks.
This was, born out of necessity to make sure that the system's robust enough to do all this cool shit we're talking about, because we love cool shit and we want to do cool shit like this, and that's really cool. And the reason that I mention it is because, we have this on-hit effect type thing, and that could be something like an explosion or a nova or a fracture or a split or like an Eye of Winter thing or whatever. And we have all these different options for this, and we developed a bunch of different ones theoretically that we're going.
This is not a sombrero. It's a Western. It's a manly Western hat. Something Clint would wear.
Projectile like that with
guys know what
repackaging
I mean.
these kind of on-hit effects. So like an explosion, like a fork. You know, we talk about you have a Nova, and that is in our game. It's 12 projectiles shooting out like a clock. You know,
No,
on an
he
enemy.
wouldn't.
It's the same thing as a fork. Instead of it just splitting into two, it's splitting into 12, and the angles are the same. But there's also other things that kind of obey similar rules. So we have things like, you know, you can have a spark on hit, effectively. And that'd be like a zigzag in random directions at random durations on hit. So you could shoot something with a projectile that could cause like a kind of spark sub effect. So we have so many different little ingredients like that we could cook together. And you'll have a lot of them, you know, when it's fully fleshed out.
That we will cook together. We will. It'll be there.
Or else. Yeah.
Or else. All right, grenades. Dynamite, maybe? Potential for a trapper-esque class. If I remember correctly on our design waitlist doc,
I'm pissed off.
Yeah, you laid the groundwork for something like a trapper. I don't believe it was with explosives. It was more so with like sigils on the ground. It was more like occulty, if I remember correctly. But yes, there will be some form of dynamite in the game. I don't want to say too much on it, but
we just went through this though with our lead programmer Ricardo. When Wooly was and our other guy Corey, they were doing the meteor shot thing, which he just mentioned.
Why are you so mad?
And it's like funny because you have something like
fine.
in PoE terms like rain of arrows, and it looks like a lot of little projectiles coming down, but really it's just a flat ground occurrence, and then the VFX is applying a lot of the heavy lifting for telling the tale for how that skill looks. Right, so having something like a rain of arrows is very similar to having like a trapper type thing. It's essentially a ground AoE that's trigger condition is different than shooting. It's just the trigger conditions like on proximity. So It's actually like not too complicated, right, as far as the leap of what we're talking about. So when we lay the foundation for like all these cool projectile things, well, you could apply them to like once we get that established, then it's just in lieu of having it trigger on a projectile that's traveling, we have it trigger in radius on location.
Yep.
And you've just made a trapper. Now you do the same thing and apply it to a allied NPC that has a health bar and it's static, you've just made a totem. You make that thing non-static, you've just made a minion. So these are all like extensions of the same kind of principles, right? Yeah, minion players rise up.
Yeah, that's a very good answer. Answering Baladin real quick. Will there be melee weapons? We would love it at some point, but right now we are full focused on the Gunslinger, which is the class you can play in the demo, and then the Padre, which we've talked about a little bit before. It's nothing new, but he'll be more of like a spellcaster type class. But after that, I personally have a massive affinity for melee, so when the time arises, yes, I will I will definitely push very hard for us to have melee in this game. Now, can we guarantee it? You know, we're not even close to it at this point, but rest assured that I love melee, so I will do my best to ensure it gets in the game.
Do you want to talk about some of the other Padre skills? Because we just did like our kind of, dare I say, final first pass on the Padre stuff. I mean, it's pretty much like we have our first draft, I would say, pretty locked in, right?
We do. I think we should save that. Maybe that'd be like towards the end. We have a lot of questions to get through.
What if we could paywall it right now? Somebody donates 10 grand. We'll spoil it on the spot.
Cop it up. Let's go. Get it in here. But yes, we can definitely talk about more Padre stuff. Not just yet. Light, you better hold your horses, buddy.
Are devs allowed to talk about future content? I don't remember if are they allowed to? Never mind.
Ability that makes us throw our guns away and summon a new set of them like Reaper from Overwatch. Ooh.
Who knows?
Well, that kind
For
of...
some...
yes and no. So the Gunslinger has a ghostly firearm that he can summon with Twin Doctrine. It's actually in this trailer. If you're watching the video, there is the end of the trailer. It'll show up. So will we take that as a concept further? Maybe. And it would probably be through our masterwork items. Those are our uniques or legendaries. So I won't say no to that directly, but in terms of like building an entire playstyle around it, not on the books right now, but it could be.
So I'm trying to think how you'd even do that to where it'd be tricky unless there was a way to, you know, if there was a skill that effectively generated a weapon temporarily, and it had like infinite or finite ammo, but it would ostensibly be like window dressing, right? Because it would be just doing a variety of effects, but then visually it would look like your weapons changing or randomizing per se.
You gonna show your baby or what? Kevin, the smoke. Kevin's demanding it.
My kid?
That's why I'm pretty sure. I mean,
I didn't have chat open.
Show baby fat boy is all I'm reading, so I don't know what the context is with that.
My camera's already on, Kevin. What more do you want from me?
What are your plans for endgame? Single activity with infinite scaling like D4 Pit, or different activities with varied difficulty, Path of Exile? Isn't that the question of the day? So we are deep in discussion about endgame stuff right now, and design as well. We're actually we're always talking about endgame. We, as veteran ARPG players, we know the importance of a good endgame. Launching early access without something to keep, those more hardcore players invested is pretty much death sentence. So we're very much still discussing and designing and moving towards implementation on some things. I guess I'll let Lighty start with this because I don't want to reveal too much.
So I can't wait.
Path of Exile.
Let me tell you about the Oregon Trail thing I've been working on.
There you go.
Spent the last 12
What's up,
hours.
Robert?
So there's we've got a lot of ideas for endgame stuff. There's like the basic ones, which is like a repeatable kind of horizontal slice of a mechanic, a map, if you will, very similar to like early Path of Exile's Maelstrom of Chaos. The issue with having a mechanic driven endgame system, like a mapping system, is if you're entering the early stages of early access and you don't have a lot of other mechanics, it's like purchasing a home and then having no furniture. Like we've got maybe a robust foundation for what would be a framework, but then nothing to fill it with, and that would feel lackluster.
Yep.
So we're trying to introduce that system alongside other mechanics or another endgame system that does something different. And one of those things is something akin to like a delve. I did just like jokingly talk about the Oregon Trail thing, but that's like the level of exploration we're doing is pretty broad. We have this really cool set and world in the Dark West of like, we're Western, we're 19th century, we have so much stuff to pull from that like happened in reality. And then like, maybe tweak it a little bit so it's a little pseudoscience-y as far as how we're presenting it, but we've got so much ammo we could basically utilize. So doing something like an Oregon Trail, in this case it's like, the way I described it was you're going east to west, Oregon Trail style, westward expansion, and then you have like a variety of options and events that occur. We can, do a lot of stuff with that, and then also like backfill it with other mechanics as we go on, similar to maps. So having some sort of system like that is cool as long as we have something to fill it with. That's just the main concern. So we're going to be releasing with at least one endgame. We'd like to do more than one or one plus multiple mechanics to fill them. And then subsequently, every time we add a mechanic, it's going to add into the value of that endgame. Like that's the main thing we're concerned about as far as like, hitting the mark initially is like, oh, we got a cool endgame, but there's not enough to do. Well, it's like, yeah, well, we might have a little slow start when it comes to that. I mean, think back to any ARPG that began like that. It's, we're not going to have a massive well of mechanics initially, but, it's something like where every month or so post EA, as different patches come out, we add a mechanic. Well, those mechanics get introduced into the, the rotation of your endgame effectively. So we're looking to build a really strong foundation, then just have it so when we add ingredients to the soup of our game, it just gets better over time.
That's right. So the answer is pretty much a hybrid. That's the that's the short answer.
Back to my margarita.
Path of Exile, I think anyone that plays that game knows that it is pretty much the definitive end-game experience for an action RPG. There are many reasons why the game's successful. I think the end game is a very large portion of it. You can see that with Path of Exile 2 as well, with the recent, in-game overhaul in 0.5. Pretty well received overall, I would say. So it's obvious that we should take inspiration from that, and then, like you said, it's more so
in the interview.
figuring out the actual mechanics that we would like in our game to then populate the end game. That's more of where our headspace is at right now. We can think of ideas for days and days and days, but it doesn't matter if we don't actually get them to a point where you want to, as a player, keep engaging with them, because if you see it at early gaming, for example, and it's fun because you don't have a lot of loot, you're low level, so the enemies don't hit you that hard, there's not that many enemies, but then it doesn't scale well into the end game, then that mechanic is essentially obsolete.
Replayability and retention is a big thing that's on our radar.
Exactly.
Because we're kind of degenerates and we want that to be an option for those. Like for the dad gamers that only get to play maybe an hour a night, like you should be covered, but we also want to support for the people more like us who want to put our babies into daycare. Then we'll say, yeah, we'll see you in a week, league launch.
Exactly.
We got things to do.
What items are class specific and what are available for every class? Do you plan to add set items? So 2 different questions there. We do have class specific items, but it's actually just one specific type of item. So the gunslinger, for example, has gun parts, so he can it's not like something like Tarkov or like a military sim where you can like take apart every little piece and put it together. No, it's just going to be, essentially
These are good questions.
themed around, a barrel, a cylinder, a sight, etc. The Padre is like a fallen inquisitor type of guy, so he has like pages of scripture. That'll be his class item. So we're still, designing and making them actually fit the theme of each class, but they're more or less just like regular items you would expect, but you can only get them on these characters. For everything else, we do want you to basically be able to do any playstyle on any class. You are very much playing a specific character when you choose a class, right? So when you play the Padre, you're always playing, was it Jacob Calder?
Good.
Calder, that's it.
Good.
So it's more of a role-playing aspect in that regard. But in terms of the actual build customization, obviously in the early levels, you'll be just like playing just the Padre stuff. But as you get more items, get more affixes on your gear, maybe you can get like unlock a gunslinger skill or a thresher skill or something like that. So we don't want to restrict too much to each class. Light, do you have anything to add there?
Yeah, the main interesting thing, so class-specific items are pretty contentious, right? Because some people really like them because it lets them set up for a reroll, and other people really hate them because it's effectively a dead drop if you don't plan on playing a new character. The main benefit of having a class-specific or class-locked item is it lets you really, really heavily push the envelope of power for what that item does because it's locked behind one specific class, and it could be a much more curated experience. So we could make something, for example, if we had an item that gave +1 level to something, if it's a class specific, it can give +4 because it's just much more niche and less applicable as a broad item. So that lets us do some funky stuff, and with that you could reach different breakpoints in certain settings. So these class specific items that we have, that class specific slot, is inherently more powerful because it is specific to that class than an average slot.
And then do we plan on adding set items? I actually haven't talked with the dogs about that too much. I personally don't like set items at all. I think our closest thing would be the card system, the poker cards and the tarot cards. Obviously you get, all the different default poker hands and some special ones as well. Laddie, what are your thoughts on set items in general?
So it's actually kind of a very similar thing. Set items are really difficult because the main value of set items is they have a set power level. That when you 2 or 3 or 4, whatever, you're getting a specific thing. Now that specific thing typically doesn't scale very well. It's like whatever it's giving you, it's either activating something, making something maybe modular or a flat stat, and typically they don't scale very well. So games like Diablo is a good reference to this, where you just see them and they're just really, really strong in the beginning, and then they immediately fade out, because it's just like this just gets outscaled into oblivion.
Yep.
However, Last Epic did a really good job at this, which is they introduced a currency that rips off the set bonus and they can apply it to like rare items effectively.
Right.
So you get the benefit of the set, but also the scaling of like a rare item. So if we went about it with that sort of approach, then I think it'd be okay. But outside of that, you're still stuck in that same problem where set items have a very, very high floor but very low ceiling typically. So they become very uninteresting quite quickly.
Exactly. Yep. I think Last Epoch is probably, he says Epic, I say Epoch. Who's gonna stop us? I think that's probably more aligned with what I would want for a set item. It's just at that point it kind of devalues the set items in general because you're just getting them as a way to then apply it to an actually good item. So it's like, what's the point? We can just skip the middle step and just make it just, here, you can unlock this effect at some point and just slap it on your gear. So I guess we're not totally against set items is the answer to that. I'm going to answer a couple chat questions real quick because I want to be interacting with the chat before we start reading the static questions.
Who in the world told you that?
Are always there. Will there be a different style hat, like a Mountie hat? So we are always aware of, I guess, the baseline wants and desires from the ARPG player base, or really any RPG players. At the near the top of that list, of course, is visual customization. So for hats specifically, I think that would probably be the very first slot if we were to go down that path. I'm not saying we are against doing that. It's just right now we have so many other things we would rather put our development time towards that we think will actually matter in the grand scheme of things. At the end of the day, right, it's cool to see the 2D art of your items. For me, I play a lot of like idle incremental games. There's often not really any representation of your character in those to begin with. It's just like the cool sprites or the cool 2D art or whatever. I think that matters a lot more than the actual like 3D representation, but obviously I know that some people rank that stuff very highly. So hats would probably, in my mind, those would be at the top of the list once we do go down giving some sort of visual progression or customization. So I would almost certainly say at some point you will be able to switch your hat.
A mounty hat we could definitely have, like, as an item. It just won't have 3D art probably for some time.
For some time,
like,
yes.
Yeah, because there's a couple of masterworks that break out of the norm of what our in-game current hat is.
Yeah, there's like a skull smoking a cigar.
We have a 20-gallon hat also.
Yeah, we did. I forgot about that.
So like, you get the Dugdale Dimmadome hat in there, but it's we don't have 3D art.
You guys are monsters. I don't know what else to say. You're all monsters. I'm just trying to listen.
Resource intensive, and its gameplay payoff is quite low compared to just like, so it's like, would you rather have 3D art for one masterwork? Would you rather just have 10 more masterworks? I'd pick the 10 more.
I don't know why seeing tech in their stream talking on the screen is just like, my rage level is growing at a very fast pace. I'm just trying to hold.
Our poker cards will, nor will the regular hand bonuses. Actually, that's not true. I think one of them. Anyway.
No, the regular hand bonuses don't, but the special ones, some of them do, but not. Yeah, basically no.
So yes, I mean we don't have to give any more detail. Yes, there'll be negative effects on your cards that you will have to can choose to build around because you don't have to use them. Builder spender system has been received poorly in ARPGs. Yes, agreed. How are you making your bullet system engaging? So we basically want your auto attack to be something you actually want to use. We're not making it any worse than a skill. Most of our skills have cooldowns and costs associated with them. Obviously, we also understand that people like a given play style and they want to be able to invest, invest.
I know.
Which basically means at the point if you have a skill that was like a 8-second cooldown when you first started using it at level 5 or whatever, at level 55, you should probably have it at like a 1-second cooldown. Basically, you're just spamming that skill. So it's kind of an interesting question because our ammo system as it's set up currently is not a generator spender. I guess you technically do have to expend the ammo to then refill, to reload it and get the chance that, you're specialized, a stampede round, a lucky shot or whatever.
Thanks,
but all of our skills currently, I think, all of our active skills consume ammo in some capacity. So you don't have to just sit there and auto attack. You can, and I'm sure we'll add other ways to, dump your ammo if we haven't already. We can definitely add some like that. So my point is that it's not a generator spender in the sense that, in the literal sense of what most people expect. And trust me, we are definitely very against that as well. We just, the gist of it is we want the player's actions to always have weight to them, and we don't want you to roll your eyes and be like, oh boy, I have to wait 10 seconds before I can actually use the thing I want to do. Now, obviously, again, that's variable based on progression. We don't want you to be able to shoot all your skills with no cooldown right away. What's the point of player power? The power fantasy, essentially. But Lighty, have I missed anything? You want to add on to that at all?
Yeah, I mean, I hate builder spenders, but personally, I really, I try to design any character in a game I'm playing to be as little buttons as possible eventually. But the main thing is, when it comes to any of these things, the toolkit that we're enabling in-game exist for multiple different player archetypes. So one of the things Willie mentioned earlier is Twin Doctrine. That's like a very unappealing playstyle to many people. Quick Draw is another one that disables automatic reload and causes Gears of War style manual reload. Like, these are things that I would never do personally, but it's about designing a kind of a colorful palette of a game. So will we have builder spenders? Like, almost definitely, it's somewhere, but will it?
I like these guys. They are not afraid to answer a hoof print question. Oh, gosh.
As builder spender, generator spender, whatever. It's like, for example, if you guys play League of Legends, 3-hit passives, right? Everybody loves 3-hit passives. And that's technically, you're building it up to then get a payoff of some kind, right? So, we can muddy the water with all that. Long story short, we want to make sure that whatever you're doing, you're having fun. It's impactful. It's satisfying. You're not sitting there just like waiting artificially, you know, building up some stacks or whatever until you get an actual payoff.
And then spending them.
And then spending them of some kind. Okay. I will come back to chat questions in a bit. We do have a lot more questions to get through on the oh my god. Oh, hey, Brandon's adding the live questions on here. My bad. I can just I can just stick to the Google Doc. That's crazy.
Shouts out to Brandon.
Brandon, community manager. Can we get a round of applause for Brandon real quick? Yay.
I can't see Willie's camera, so I'm hoping those are his hands.
Guys, stop asking
He's 7
stupid
margaritas
questions.
deep, guys. Don't worry. All right. Can you gain new active passive skills from items? I think we kind of already answered that. The answer is yes. If yes,
Hell
will
yeah,
they be
brother.
class specific or available to anyone who can equip the item? We also answered that. No, it will not be class specific unless it's on a class specific item. So if you get a hat, let's just say, and it has +1 level of a gunslinger skill and you're playing the Padre, you can put on the hat and then you get that gunslinger skill. It gives you +1 level, so you can just, boom, it gives you the skill. If you are playing the Padre and you get it on a page of scripture, which is the Padre's class specific item, and it gets like +4 level of a Padre skill, then obviously that only applies to the Padre because only he can equip the pages of scripture. So that's that. So again,
This
we
was
want
like
you to be able
a
to
hill
use...
I was gonna die on, basically.
I just died in the Dark West demo, and it literally throws up a tombstone and says, "Here lies Doc, my player name." That's not funny. What? It's part of the learning experience. I like it. And then you hit death recap. It'll show you what killed you with their damage. That's my new phone screen. Should have put a hat back.
I don't think we've talked about it publicly in depth at all. Skill tree, that is one of the things that a lot of people have mentioned about our demo. And long story short, the currently proposed refactor of the skill tree would make it so that if you get a single plus level on a skill that you normally wouldn't have on your class, or it's like, you know, something you didn't pick up at the start, it actually should be pretty impactful because right now in the demo, if you see our skill tree, you see there's a bucket for each skill. You can pump up to 9 levels in a skill and it gets increased damage, attack speed, just generic power. We are toying with the idea. It's not been set in stone yet, but we're toying with the idea of just removing the buckets. So just making the baseline skill, once you get it, much more powerful, and then having those notables or the extra little 3 guys that are, you know, branched off from each skill. Those are where the actual meat and potatoes are for each skill. So there's a lot more to unpack with the skill tree, but go ahead, Delighty. Sorry.
You might even just remove the tree and then, you know, add a can add a pachinko game instead. We could have a little gacha
we
game
could do
going
that.
on.
Yeah, we could be a Umamu Samu horse derby, whatever that is.
Yeah,
how do you see the
my favorite.
difficulty increase? Stat based or skill based? How would you achieve that? Difficult monsters, more affixes, better AI abilities. Okay, this is actually a huge question because that is basically like the whole point of playing a video game, right? An action, I'll just say any action based video game, right? It's like, what are you doing on a moment to moment basis? Like what's the basic gameplay loop? And that is, you know, moving, shooting, hitting monsters, etc. So the best way to put it is that, let's just, like, hypothetically, we already talked about what we envisioned for the end game. So let's just say we're at that point, right? You're in the end game. We more or less want you to be doing about 70% horde style, or just like clearing enemies. Not to say you'll be one-shotting your entire screen like you see with the, you know, current Path of Exile League. Everyone's playing, I don't know, like freaking EK, you know, EK with Nimbus Ring, and they're just Frostblink and Wintry Blast all around the map. Not to say you won't be able to do maybe something like that at some point. My point is that you'll be just clearing monsters, right? Just like generic, you won't have to use your brain too much. Maybe you'll use your dodge key, get out of range of a Buffalo-lich or a Dynamite Desperado's about to explode, etc. That's about 70% of things. And then the other 30% will be that very deliberate combat. So not necessarily like, again, talking about Path of Exile, a pinnacle boss, right? Where you actually are in there for minutes fighting this thing, and you make like one major mistake, you're dead. You make 2 minor mistakes in a row, you're dead. So a variable scale of difficulty, but that should be the other about 30% of our gameplay. So more or less, we want the difficulty from the game to be skill-based, up to a point, right? Because that'll only last for so long. Basically, the earlier the game is, the more so we can use this skill-based combat, like you're seeing right now with the footage with fighting Black Bill. Something like that is basically only possible in the very early stages of the game, unless we give the boss, like, you know, literally 1,000 times extra health, right? So there's all these different variables that we have to consider, but it's kind of inevitable playing any RPG game, but specifically action RPGs where you have that player progression,
Action
the power
RPG?
fantasy. It's going to get to the point where the player is just outscaling everything. I guess the solution would be just, you know, implement level scaling on the monsters. Woo, yay! Hey, you just leveled up, so did the monsters. You're on that treadmill, right? You're on a constant treadmill. Obviously, we want to avoid that as much as possible. We very much appreciate the. That's kind of what differentiates action RPGs in my mind. That's one of the biggest factors. Is you can just pick up an item that triples your damage, right? You just straight up. You're like level 11. You pick up a gun. You just start one-shotting everything. Like, that's cool. That's fun. A lot of games don't give you the opportunity to do that. So we're very cognizant of the. This is a very long answer, by the way. I apologize. I'm doing a lighty answer right now.
I feel like that's my experience. Pick up a weapon, now I'm one-shotting and just God mode for the game. That's how I feel in most games.
Skill-based versus what points it should be more progression-based. So you'll have to see, I guess, is the answer, how it actually plays out. Can we actually
died on purpose, I think.
Do it correctly? I guess time will tell. Long question.
Yeah, I mean,
okay, go ahead.
We'll be like monitoring also the status of all this stuff. We've got like an active tester program in QA, so it's like, you know, any sort of issues with balance or things that we're going to address as we monitor everything. Every time you introduce a new mechanic, I mean, ARPG especially, it's like introducing a new animal into an environment. Like, you're changing its relation to everything else, and everything kind of goes out the window once we add like a new tier of item or a new mechanic or a new skill, new class. So it's a bit of a living entity, although the game it itself won't be live service per se. You know, there will be like especially balance patches leading up to 1.0, and then whatever subsequent iteration of the game exists will, you know, it's something we could with pretty low cost and low effort just monitor and tweak numbers on.
Guess what game allowed me in their tester program?
System or just for Act 1? It is a core system. If it's a core system, how will it be expanded beyond kill X guy or how to kill X guy? How will kill X guy be made interesting? I guess we'll just start there, and then it's a very long question, so we'll keep going. Yes, it will be expanded upon just killing X guy. However, that is going to be the main focus thematically of any bounty, right? So the whole point of picking up a bounty is, hey, there's this dude, you need to go kill him. So how you actually interact with that is kind of what Lighty was talking about earlier when he alluded to this like Oregon Trail style mechanic. Basically, you'll be able to have bounty targets inside of other mechanics, and then once that occurs, there'll be many different levers we can pull and get you to interact with that bounty target in a different capacity. But at the end of the day, it's still a bounty, right? You're still just like finding a guy and going shoot him.
There's a lot of things you could do though with that, especially because it's you know, aside from like combat related gameplay to a bounty target, there's a lot of like peripheral engagement you can have. So things like them having custom voice lines, having little Borderlands style intro cutscenes, custom, you know, music. I mean, there's like a lot of things you could do that would makes it a lot more engaging to see those sort of targets. And especially if they're, you know, we did a poll where we were pulling reference names from historical figures, pop culture, movies, etc. So, you know, you might have a bounty target where it's like Yosemite Sam, essentially, you know, don't sue us IP. We're going to change the name and stuff, but it's like that vibe, or like an Arthur Morgan from a Red Dead. You know, we might have something akin to that. And then it might have a little bit of flair from that style of game or that style of reference.
Yep. And then the last part of that question is, consider making bounty targets feel like fellow gunslingers with player AI skills, items, kind of like rogue exiles and mercenaries in PoE. That's definitely the idea. Not all of them are going to be humanoid, but yes, I mean, that's the idea, is to make these things actually, I guess,
you can talk. So when we were going through like you know, the post demo pre EA push is like a lot of major refactors, and you know, a large portion of my current responsibilities are these really elaborate and extensive design documents that I get made fun of for making often. And amongst that, wait, everybody. Amongst that is, I will pose after the basis of the mechanic is outlined, just because if you don't understand how much work goes into designing something like a bounty system, for example, How many questions, Wooly, do I have tacked on to the bottom of these documents for design?
A lot.
Hundreds, maybe, like
A
at
lot.
times.
Yeah.
And it's like, so there's like so many different things where it's like, should bounty targets have custom VA? Should they have rewards that are variable? Should these variable rewards scale? Like this just goes on and on and on. And, through that, it's like, we're like carving out a sculpture of something really cool from this like solid block of potential mechanic.
I should set up a group chat with the Wicked team and Crate so that Zantai could talk about what he wanted to do with bounties with them so that they won't make the same mistakes.
And unique, more. So I guess engaging is a better word, and unique. We don't want it to be, I think actually Path of Exile, hate to mention it again, actually not really, because there's a reason why people are talking about that game all the time. They kind of went through the trials and tribulations with eventually, long story short, they had a bunch of mechanics and every mechanic was just kind of giving all the same stuff. So it didn't really matter what you did. And now they've definitely moved towards every mechanic fulfills a specific purpose. So not only from a gameplay perspective, I guess that's less so than the actual rewards.
Well, to piggyback on that, so use something like the rewards from the bounty system. The mechanic itself might be unique in its scope and function, but the rewards are also like it's quite easy to place, for example, a crafting currency or some sort of usable item exclusive to that mechanic, and then that's a way of like forcing player engagement, which doesn't on paper sound good, but if the thing you're getting from the reward is something else that's enjoyable, well, now we've come back to it being fun again. Yep. So for the PoE example, it's like if every time you killed a rogue exile, it dropped an ancient orb, rogue exiles will get a lot more exciting basically than they currently are. So you can like kind of backload the joy of something in its reward type if you do it appropriately.
Yep. Next question. There are two current placeholder mechanics in the demo, Ward and Yellow Resource. How would they function properly when implemented? That's actually kind of funny. We just talked about both of these not too long ago. So the Yellow Resource is called Luck. That is the gunslinger. So instead of mana, he just has luck as a resource. It's essentially just how you think about it. And it's not going to be a simple pool that you just fill up and then expend to actually use abilities. For the gunslinger, his luck is supposed to, well, actually currently does give him critical strike damage. Now, the way that the luck, I don't remember exactly.
So the initial design for this was much more complicated.
Yes.
And it was when you reached certain amounts of luck, you would automatically expend it to augment gunslinger abilities to do much more cool things.
Yeah.
So an example of that is you say something like concussive blast. Now, if you reached like maximum luck, your next, and then it was consumed, that means the next gunslinger ability is augmented by luck. Instead of shooting out one concussive blast with 10 AoE, it would shoot maybe like 15 concussive blasts with 100 AoE, or just something really crazy. So it'd be like, the idea of like, the, whatever that League of Legends, 2-hit, 3-hit passive thing, but like a 20-hit passive, and the passive's like a really, really big. That was one of the initial designs also.
Right. And
that is much more complicated.
Yeah, it just gets crit damage. It is crit damage, and we'll figure out how to make it actually satisfying. We're in the process of that. And then Ward, we literally just talked about this. It's going to be just essentially blue HP, right? It just covers your HP pool. It'll decay at a set rate. I believe it did 5% per second. And then any stat you get with max Ward will just obviously add to the maximum amount that you can have, which means that generating that Ward should be pretty satisfying as a defensive layer. Okay. Feedback that is actually just questions. All right. Should we move on to how long do we have, Lighty? Number one. I should probably start with that. How long do we have? Or chat, how long do we have?
I live here.
Give us a number. I don't know. Kind of similar to last Epoch's Ward. We actually did obviously bring that up when we were discussing it. That has a variable decay rate. So the more Ward that you have, the faster it decays. So that's definitely a possibility we can experiment with, but I think we're not doing that right now until the margaritas run out. All right.
Oh shit.
Okay, let's do some questions from chat because I want to interact with you guys for a little bit here, and then I can go back.
I
to the
know
ones
that
we have
game. Me too.
Aaron wants to know: all games with minions are awesome. With the Dark West have minions? No minions ever. Next question. No, I'm kidding. I mean, maybe, right? I mean, I'm not a minion player. Lighty's not a minion player. Core's not a minion player.
I would say
But-
minions as a concept, I don't really like, but I like the concept of companions because I think it's much more thematic
Yes,
towards a
absolutely.
Western game.
Gonna
So
go
a good
insane.
example of this from even a character class perspective, if you don't know who Stagecoach Mary is, I would definitely look her up. She was one of the first African American postal workers in the West, and she had like a rifle and she had a dog companion, and she would ride around a stagecoach, shooting bandits and delivering mail with her dog. Like that'd be a super sick character class, having
Right.
a companion based character class, or like someone with like a trusty sidekick kind of thematic towards
Brandon,
an existing
don't
known
listen
figure in the
to
West
them.
like that. But are we just gonna have like 90 skeletons running around and zombies? Like probably not. No.
listen.
Yeah. But hey, we'll see. I mean, how about if you donate $1 million, you can make your own minion class? I'm kidding. Will there be a hunting system for him to hunt other things? I don't know who him is. That's very ominous. But
me.
actually, we
Real
just
life.
we just kind of talked about a hunting style system. What's his name? What's the Grizzly Jack? Grizzly Jack.
Yeah, Grizzly Jack was the one. There's like when I was doing like the 3 design documents a day, there was like a couple of mechanics that were adjacent to this.
Yes.
We kind of really like the idea of having
You're
like
him.
someone, an
I'm
iconic
aware.
NPC hunter guy, kind of like an Einhar, just because it's like, going back to like the world building, or I guess like a key pillar of the game. I mean, anyone who's ever played like Path knows Einhar voice lines. I mean, even in Last Epic, the recent 2 leagues
I'm
ago,
embarrassed
the
for you,
Jurassic
Aaron.
Park League had a really
Thanks.
cool kind of similar NPC. So it's really cool to get those like hunter kind of trapper guys, and we think that having one tied to like an NPC like that is really cool. But it's difficult to kind of like do certain mechanic ports without it like breaking combat flow. So like talking about moment to moment gameplay, we look at something like Monster Hunter, which was one of the initial concepts for one of these sort of mechanics. And it's like Monster Hunter is a game sphere in its entirety, like a microcosm of the game, is cool. But in the middle of doing an ARPG, having to like sniff for footprints and then spend 30 seconds waiting to like find a lizard to shoot for 10 seconds and it goes into eye phase is like not super attractive. So
Yes.
there's like, it's about doing it, but doing it clever. Like we're not going to be throwing nets and making you go to events.
I need the Jack of Diamonds. In case I don't see ya. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night. And I'm out. I got Ace, King, Queen, 10. Ace, King, Queen, 10. I need the Jack of Diamonds for the Royal. I got 4 10s, by the way. Sorry.
Yes. So in the demo, the trauma bosses, these are essentially what we are designing to be basically the pinnacle bosses, the uber bosses, whatever, of the game. And then obviously we will take this a step further as we continue to refine abilities, AI, all these behavioral things, because that's what really gets these fights to an interesting level, is the actual behaviors of the boss fight, right? The mechanics are one thing. Like we can make every boss shoot out a spiral pattern of projectiles, make it a bullet hell, and you have to dodge. Like we can like, that's still engaging, but is it fun if every boss does that?
We will do that.
Oh, we will absolutely do that with some bosses.
We'll have
yes,
one of them.
But will every boss
the
do
tier
that?
4
No.
acolyte. No.
So that's like what defines a real pinnacle content in a game, right? An Uber or a Nemesis enemies or something. So yes, it's safe to say yes, we will have those. Will the skill tree get bigger? Probably. There is a system that we have designed that will essentially modify the skill tree. Basically, I don't want to talk about in depth about that because that is like
the short answer is
They're
absolutely,
skill
because
sigils.
the current skill tree is scoped for an incredibly low level cap that you can't even reach at the moment. But it's it'll grow appropriately
when you
game.
level up. There will be ways to spend that power, right?
Yeah,
for sure. Who's the Tom Holland of the two for leaks? We already answered that. What do you mean, Lighty or Wooly? Who's the Tom? I think Lighty is on, especially when he's 7 margaritas deep. Honestly, I'm gonna say Lighty.
No,
That's
no
my
live
question.
service.
That's my
They don't
money.
make those anymore.
What besides bullets do the guns shoot? Kind of an interesting question.
Vibes, brother.
Yeah, vibes, exactly. No, a lot of our skills use, actually most of the active skills do use your firearm, and will consume an ammo to, do whatever the effect is. So we can definitely play into that more with certain skills, but it'll be whatever the skill is, it shoots it out. Boom, a meteor shot.
Part of the refactor though, we did allocate a portion of
No
the
live
foundation of that to enable gameplay unarmed or not using a gun, basically. Just we don't have anything in design at the moment for like that, whether it be a melee thing or whatever. But we're like reserving that right to eventually do a thing that doesn't necessarily shoot from your weapon or involve your weapon, in entirety.
Yep. And actually, there's a good question right here. Saishu, will there be energy weapons, plasma, railguns, lasers? As cool as that would be, probably not
period
those
appropriate,
directly. Right. I mean, okay, period appropriate. Like, yeah, we'll put a plasma gun in.
Yeah, like we're pushing the everything we do as part of like the world building stuff, we're trying to do, it's like rule of cool plus time period. So 19th century Western America. Was there a gun that shot lasers? No. But there was dynamite. Can we have a gun that kind of shoots dynamite sticks that are lit? It's like, yeah, probably, because it's like, the composite things existed. So, just because there was rudimentary batteries doesn't mean we're having an arc thrower. No, probably not. But it's like, as long as it makes sense. Like we might have like a net gun or something over that because it kind of existed, but we're trying to stay within the bounds of what is real, and then the things that aren't real that we think are appropriate, we're explaining away through like the 20% occult of the game and trying to keep it within that vein, our lore stuff from the the area especially. So we have things like a Wendigo. It's a very known cryptid from the time. Like, are Wendigos real? Probably not, but it's like we want a cool boss, and that's a very cool one that has like a lot of lore. And the same thing would go for if there was an equivalent of a weapon or a combat style that existed in a similar way,
Yeah, but don't worry, I'm very much on the rule of cool side of things, so I love that kind of stuff.
I'm the resident hater, so it's not a problem.
Think more like Wild Wild West, right? With Will Smith, everybody's favorite movie.
Oh no,
Wild
not
Western
the
movie.
spiders.
Yeah, but you think like giant mechanical things, larger.
Giant mechanical minions?
We had to go down that route, not necessarily sci-fi type things.
The real answer is, in the moment, no, but time passes in real life and in game, and there's nothing to say that in our game, as we progress into EA, out of EA, into maybe expansions or who knows what in the future, the game is set in 1872, but that's that's EA point 1. By the time we're at point 2, point 3, we might be in the 1910, might be 1920, and with
might
that
be 2,500. I don't know.
Might be 3030.
Might be the 41st millennium. We don't know.
So with that comes an expansion of opportunities. So it's we're gonna do right by the world.
Yep. Lugo actually has a really good question. I'm gonna bypass a couple of these and go straight to that because this is very pertinent for a lot of people, I'm sure. He says, "Hello, I've been keeping up with the Dark West for 5 months now. If you had to describe your game in one sentence to a veteran ARPG player, what would you say?" Lighty, take it away.
Oh brother.
Narrow but deep. I'll do one better. That's a full sentence. Narrow but deep.
Did he say one word?
No, he said one sentence, and I did it even better. That's a sentence. Narrow but deep. Isn't it?
Oh brother.
Yeah. There you go. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm
Lighty,
not
go ahead.
passing that one.
Oh, come on.
Oh, okay.
Well, okay. I guess we can just say that we have a collectively we have a lot of hours playing action RPGs. I think just Lighty and I alone probably have 50,000. I don't know. I
have 34,000 hours in Path. So
okay, there you go. So we have a lot of hours. So safe to say we love this genre. We've been playing this genre for a very long time. So are we going to be able to address every single pitfall from every single game that people are like, if you play this game for more than 100 hours, you clearly understand the problems? Are we going to address all of those at once? No, this is just literally impossible. But are we going to prioritize the ones that we think, do we have a hierarchy, right? A scale of what we think is important to address, things that have been lacking in the genre for a while? Absolutely. And we're going to stick to our guns, no pun intended, with a lot of those things. What was that? Okay, never mind. I'm going to let
Lighty. To our guns, brother.
So that is what I would say. Narrow but deep. That applies to the character customization, the player progression, etc. We are very aware that people like their specific play styles, so we want to give you a lot of different play styles to choose from. Then when you find...
Guys, we're not comparing the launch of this game to Last Epoch Season 5 from a time standpoint, okay? Right. Guys?
Aaron wants to know, wings for back MTX? No. Will there be any mechanic?
When the back DLC drops, they'll release the wings.
That's right. Will there be any mechanics to re-roll the poker cards? Almost certainly, yes.
That's not
that'll
funny.
probably be from the saloon. You'll actually be able to play poker in the game, so it'll probably be from that of some capacity. Or to change the affixes on your items. Change the affixes. No.
Maybe.
Probably not.
Maybe,
so,
but probably not.
Here actually ties back into Lugo's question a little bit too.
Tell him about E. Tell him about crafting.
Skoji did that one.
Exactly. So our idea with crafting is that primarily we want you to get the items from killing the monsters. Okay? Action RPGs, what do? You see a monster, you shoot the monster, you kill it, they drop some loot, you get some experience, and then you do that 100 times, you level up, and you get a skill point, and you kill stuff 10% faster, and then you just do that infinitely, essentially. More or less, right? Kill stuff, get loot, level up. So if you're not getting loot from killing stuff, wow, what game does this sound like, guys? If you're not getting loot from killing stuff, it's not very satisfying. I wonder. We want you
What's
to
the deal with tile loot?
we want you to be able to get cool items from the enemies that you're fighting. That's the basic way of putting this. So for
fighting
crafting,
harder enemies should yield better or more loot.
There you go. So how does that apply to crafting? Well, it means that we probably will not be doing something like Path of Exile, where you can essentially get any item in the game, press one scouring orb on it, all of a sudden you can craft whatever you want from that item. Is that cool? Absolutely, right? Path of Exile has been built from the literal ground up around their itemization system, and it's worked for them. I'm not going to say it's not worked for them. However, there's also some issues with it. Namely, you get to these points like we are literally experiencing if you're playing 3.29, where you're killing stuff and you're not really getting anything cool, and you're like, well, I don't really want to like go on the trade exchange and like go and do all that. I just want to kind of play the game. And it's like, well, you can do that. It's just, you know, an inferior experience. So I don't want to talk about PoE too much specifically. We just want you to get the stuff from the enemies primarily. So our crafting, to put it simply as possible, you will be able to add or augment affixes on items. You will not be able to directly remove or replace them. Now, is that a 100% steadfast rule? Probably not. We'll probably break it, especially like Lighty just said, with as time goes on, you know, players, as we get players.
If we, we have like one thing scoped out, and it's like that breaks this, and that's a advanced currency that has like a disgustingly massive downside, and also is item based specific. So like, we'll definitely break rules, but like under a heavy restriction. So you're not going to have everything like Willie's talking about is all real. And then we might have a thing that just says like on a ring, you could, change a mod, but it also this now like seals it, which is like our corrupted.
Yeah.
And it also, removes an affix. Like it's brutal. So it comes at great cost to bend the rules.
Lose, don't
will there
don't
be a
tell
mechanic?
him that.
Oh, I just read that. Dang, that's crazy.
God, this Wooly guy can't read.
No, thanks, Brandon. He just crossed it off. Thank you. With the Wild West theme, are you going to lean into some kind of bounty system for either target farming, or mini boss hunting? Have you played the demo? It's a bounty system. So yeah, yeah, we're gonna have that, 100%. Will there be any polka themed music in the game?
Polka.
Sure. I mean,
or poker.
No, polka. Literally polka. Polka music. Maybe. I don't know. Perhaps. What time does the caravan leave, Lighty?
Caravan leaves at dawn, brother.
Will the demo progress carry over to launch? Or no?
Nope.
Nope.
No
Will there
way.
be tanky or support builds, or is this going to be pure DPS focused builds? Almost certainly, yeah. In fact, the Thresher, which is one of the guys that we have slated for a playable character, he's almost certainly going to be more about the, up in your face aggressive playstyle, and therefore have a lot of recovery mechanics or just overall tankiness associated with that, because we are not so crazy as to think that being close range to enemies is not a detriment to the player. Yeah. That's definitely a downside.
Holy guy yells a lot.
That's definitely a downside. Hey guys, if you're like right next to the enemy and you don't have as much time to react, that's kind of a bad thing, right? Like staying at a distance and being able to like shoot at range projectiles and like move and dodge. Kind of just like an innate buff, right? So if you're close range, you probably need some extra tankiness and survivability. I don't know. It's a crazy concept.
Down boy. So that question is interesting because it's the most modular ARPG is Path of Exile 1. And it had a really hard time for literally about 12 years trying to nail the concept that melee should have inherent higher defenses than range. And there's like a 9-fold answer to this question.
You guys, Brandon from the Dark West team is in my stream and laughing because he's the one feeding the devs the questions.
Make a difference. You know, Diablo got around
He's
this because
trolling me
it's much
and
more
his
locked
own
into
people.
combat styles and less modular. So the melee classes just have things like I take 30% less damage.
Yeah, Barb literally
Now,
says DR.
Yeah. So will our game
You
is
are our
probably going to
hero.
have some hybrid to that because we want to. It's not as modular, and there are character classes, but we want you to have the option to build kind of
That's
what we want.
community
We're gonna put
manager
you in this
material.
sandbox that it's like large, you know, but so you have to use there's some confines, but it's up to you to do kind of what you want in it. So if we intend for you to use a revolver on a gunslinger, use gunslinger skills, you could just not, and that's you could probably still make that work fine. That will come at some cost, but yeah. So the long story long is something like a Thresher. We could give it something like 10% damage reduction when close by to enemies, and it wouldn't be, you know, a windfall for a non-Thresher or vice versa. So it's definitely something that's on our radar because it's just been done quite poorly historically by other games, and also it's incredibly tricky to do.
It is. That I will not deny. It is very tricky. And there's also another aspect, which is you can also just straight up give people more damage.
Is there gonna be?
Right? I know that kind of is not what you're. It is what you're asking, but it's not as to the tankiness side of things. But if you're close range, if the ability is a melee ability, essentially, just give it double damage, give it triple damage. Who cares?
Yeah, like, you know, like, or you can do things like have a chance to double damage, and that chance scales the
based on
closer
your
you are
distance.
to the
Sure,
target.
exactly.
There's many solutions to this problem. We're going to explore a lot of them, and most of them are just values changes. So it really won't be hard to. I would, you know, like when I discuss balance for our game, you're never getting perfect balance. My goal is to get within 30% approximation of what is the worst to the best thing.
I like this guy.
You know,
he really
to quote, like,
understands his
Ice Frog from
community.
Dota, it's like if you could get about 30%, you've basically got 100% right. Because
I need more coffee
it's
and a
damn near
straight
impossible
jacket.
to make something balanced. We have that many moving parts. So that's kind of the goal, is like where if you're playing this thing that's not the best meta whatever, it's still like the joy of it shouldn't be subverted by the lack of efficiency of playing the build, which is a problem that happens, and that's you know, a Grand Canyon of a gap that happens in a lot of games where it's like the best build, you know, because Path is 500 active skills, the best build in PoE 1 might unironically be 50 times better than the worst build, and we don't want to get to that point. And if it's like 5 times better, we're, you know, that's like not the end of the world.
I'm sorry for yelling at you. I love you, bro. My
So,
bad, dude.
long story short, making sure every playstyle is supported and viable. And basically that just means fun and engaging, because, you know, you can. I think most people are fine.
Lewis,
like
don't laugh.
myself, I am a melee enthusiast in these games, so I go into the game expecting to be at some sort of a detriment by picking melee. I just want it to be fun, right? So as long as we nail that with, you know, extrapolate that towards every other playstyle. As long as we nail that, then I think we'll be in a pretty good spot. And we can always tweak numbers. It'll be a never-ending cycle. We're already prepared mentally, right? We're gonna have to go in and be tweaking things here, tweaking things there. Patch drops. We added a new item. Oops, it broke that. Oops. Okay. What do we do?
You know, something I'm always telling Willie about is he has to have a better positive mental attitude. He has a very weak mind, and you got to give him, you know, you got to reinforce him with this PMA to get him all, you know, pumped up to be.
I think we're at like 9 margaritas right now, guys. Hello, with the trailer, are we able to save the burning witch? No. Will there be bosses with immunity faces that regen their ES while they are invincible? I feel like that's a staple that Dark West is currently missing. I agree, man. That's awesome.
I too
we'll also make sure that they
Cressy in this league in PoE.
We'll make sure that they have unskippable dialogue as well. So when you're sitting there, you don't even get to fight the boss while he's yapping at you. We'll make sure of that. Absolutely. Will there be a new game plus mode or some form of difficulty scaling once you reach the end game? If we do things right, you shouldn't need that.
We don't want a victory lap.
Yes,
campaign.
we do not want that.
That's one thing we don't want.
Yes.
So, like, you know, Act 1, 2, 3, and then Act 1, 2, 3. Cool. We'd rather just change how scaling works temporarily and have the level cap be like 30 than do that realistically.
Yes. Also, piggybacking off of that, we are very well aware that once you complete the campaign, you might not be incentivized to see the whole campaign again, if you catch my drift. Now, I won't get into details, but we're very aware that should this game land the way that we think it's going to land, and people actually want to get invested and make multiple characters, different play styles, etc., you might just want to get to the fun part, quote unquote,
the meat and
skip the
potatoes.
rest. So I'll keep that in mind as well. Will boss fights add boss minions to assist boss fights? Yeah, almost certainly. I mean, there's going to be bosses
Baron does
yeah,
that.
the Baron already does that. Yeah. So yes, absolutely, there will be bosses that spawn other enemies during the fight.
Spoken like
and like I
true
was talking
PoE
about, if you guys are relatively new, or just tuned into the stream, rather, we were kind of talking about how we're approaching the general mindset of in-game, and that is basically we will have mechanics that you are introduced throughout the campaign, and they'll be very specific, like the ghost train, or like a shrine, or bounties, or whatever. But when you get to the end game, you'll have all of these things stacking on top of one another, and you might get some crazy results because of that. So, for example, in the demo that you can play right now, the trauma bosses, we're calling them T4 enemies, Tier 4. So Tier 1's the easiest, Tier 4 is the hardest. These Tier 4 enemies are incredibly powerful, obviously, and we'll make sure, obviously we're going to fine-tune them and tweak them and make them actually compelling, we'll say. We'll do our best. Long story short, you will be able to encounter them in the wild, so to speak, in-game. So you can just like stroll up and all of a sudden, oh, there's like the equivalent of an Uber boss just in front of your face. What are you going to do? Oops, have fun. So that's going to drastically change the encounters dynamic just naturally, right? By having the ability to just see them out in the wild. So are we going to balance it? We'll do our best. But that's long story short, you'll have a whole wide range and variety of enemy encounters. Will there be factions in the Dark West? Yes. Associated with bounties? Also, yeah, kind of yes. Do you want to talk about the renowned faction stuff that we have planned a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, so, a pillar of the game is world building, and I think having like the haves and kind of have-nots, multiple scales of gray, as far as like morality goes amongst our factions is like a key pillar. So our two starting factions, which are represented in some of the dialogue in the demos, the damned and the
when did
order,
Aaron make a
and they're
costume
both, like,
change? I couldn't
tapping
take
into
it
the same
anymore.
power, but one is affluent and one is more
They said I
destitute
looked
and
like
fringe, and
I was
they're,
wearing a
kind of
sombrero.
two sides of the same coin.
Or
But
a park
we're going to
ranger.
introduce a system where there's like a reputation and then like a reputation scale, kind of sliding between the two and a level of neutrality. The details of that, it's kind of muddy, but it's also relevant. The
Park
main thing is
ranger.
there's a couple things we want to focus on. Number one, any
Boy
sort of
Scout.
reputation is going to be fluid and almost exclusively tied to just thematic.
Guys, I'm struggling. I don't know what to do. Every answer they're giving is talking about the future and how the game's gonna be. I don't know what to do, Skoji. Cajun, thanks for the prime sub.
Yeah, you don't have to like grind out the rep, like do daily
World of Warcraft
quests
is a perfect example of how this is really, 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 really bad.
Not doing WoW.
Where it's like, if I don't go, Hydraxi
The
Waterlords, I
future,
can't get my best in
yes.
slot trinket. Like, that's miserable. So we're not going to be doing things like
They aren't
that.
allowed to do
We're
that.
gonna be
That's
doing
what I
things
thought.
like, this dialogue is different. The way that this NPC interacted with me is different.
Yeah.
This
Don't
quest
go
even
look
has
at
a totally different
Discord. I'm
outcome
not
because
going to
of
look at.
my
I don't
faction
care what's in
reputation.
there.
Or maybe this vendor has slightly
I don't
different
wanna look
pricing
at it.
because he's aligned with one faction versus another. But the impact is mostly flavor, but it's going to be a big chunk of flavor, some big umami, where it's going to feel worthwhile, but not in a way that makes it feel like you're missing something by not having a certain outcome. If anything, it might make you want to make a new character and experience new dialogue similar to a game like a Dispatch, where it's like there's a specific section of dialogue through one style of playthrough, and then doing a different playthrough yields
Or like a
different...
Baldur's Gate. We're gonna make Baldur's
Like a
Gate, guys.
Baldur's
Our
Gate, where
narrative
you
will
wanna
be like
recreate it.
Baldur's Gate. Buy
Yep.
our game.
We're getting Karlach in there immediately.
All I heard
and
is
that's
that
the first step.
you called my mommy fat. That's what I heard, something like that.
I got a golden dice, all right?
How
What?
soon will controller support? Hey, I almost got golden dice on my very first playthrough blind.
Oh, almost? That
Blind.
almost counts.
Yeah, no, I died to the door, the illusionary door. I didn't realize that you could just
Wow.
walk through it. I saw the guy walk through it in the cutscene, but I thought you had to like do something to get to that point. So I put on the masks and then
Well,
yeah.
the guy
that-
doesn't really realize things, I guess.
Oh, and then I died to what's the devil boss? Obviously, I died to him. Only died once though. Only wiped once. Anyway, that was a blind honor mode playthrough. I'll have you know, those are my 2 deaths.
Yeah.
How soon will controller support be coming? Safarian, Seth, where are you? I have no idea what the timeline is on that. Do you have any idea?
The timeline on it? We don't have a timeline on it, but it's
it's coming.
I'll put it this way: we absolutely acknowledge the fact that a large portion of players exist that need a controller, also are on console, also are on Steam Deck, and we're not blind to the fact that we would love those players to play our game. So that is
Ask
on
me
our
about
radar,
a roadmap.
and
Don't,
we'd love to get you.
Don't say Aaron
in the
wants to
game
know
and
about a
playing it.
roadmap. Don't
So
say
yeah,
something
that's just
stupid
something that
like
we're
that.
definitely thinking about.
It's coming. Unironically, though, Safarian, if you did not know, he is basically the catalyst for why Path of Exile currently has controller support. He basically, I don't know the details, but he is like almost 100% the reason. So yeah, we have that guy. We're in talks. You know, he's our guys talk to his guys, if you will. Will there be mounts or pets, in parentheses, that collect gold? Well,
maybe, I don't know.
Maybe, yeah, I could see. So, okay, here's something we're toying with right now for crafting purposes. Because we want ground loot to have value to it, one of the ways, inevitably, you will not be able to have every item hold value just intrinsically or just explicitly, I guess, as in you find an item, it always has a stat that you would want. That's just not going to happen. So realistically, what's going to happen is you will get a good item a percentage of the time. The rest of the time where you get loot, well, you won't be getting enough loot where you want to filter it out. We actually don't want to put a loot filter in our game at all. We'll have nameplates and loot beams, don't worry, all that kind of stuff. But with the majority of the loot, the stuff that you could use but you don't really need it, an auto scrap system of some kind. So you will be able to break these items down and then use that, we'll just call it scrap, to then use in the crafting system to modify the items you actually want to, craft on. So I don't see a reason why we can't have a pet or something like auto scrap or auto
something else
whatever.
Also in this that is on our radar.
Craft.
There's a concept called like smart loot, basically,
right?
And it has to do with how loot drops in quantity and then disseminates roles. The TLDR is instead of dropping 10 amulets, it drops 1 amulet and rolls it 10 times.
Yep.
Grab pitchfork.
There's ways to do that with our current setup for our loot condensing factor. It basically can artificially increase the LCF value and then call quantity of loot. So I'd rather just do that in general than have you drop 10 pieces of slop and have you drop one piece that's like still probably slop, but just like, slightly better.
Agree. But in that system, and you're actually seeing a design process happen in real time here. In that system, I would say you still want the scrapping mechanic.
Oh no, this is just in conjunction. Yeah,
correct. But you will still eventually get to the point where you're like, all right, even though I got an amulet roll 10 times, it's probably not good enough. So I would still want to be good.
That's totally fair. We also talked about something kind of fun. With a big asterisk, which is, these sort of things, like, we don't necessarily want you to have an auto scrapping system, maybe even for the first 30 levels.
Sure.
So, something like that, we might lock behind you beating the campaign or beating a prominent boss or reaching a point of progression.
All things that are progression sake. That's why people play these games, right? We're not, it's like RuneScape, right? Why do people play RuneScape? The literal only reason. It's progression.
Maybe
they're addicted.
Trying to sell that gold, baby, in Venezuela.
That's
the real reason.
A witch class that uses crows as a weapon would be cool. I don't think that's a question, but yeah, maybe sure. Why not?
We have an enemy type that the witch enemy type summons arrows already.
Yes. There you go.
So if we have it for an enemy, we could eventually make it for a player.
Minions?
Because we like to use, reusing assets is good.
Will there be seasons, or is it a one and done campaign?
We're in summer right now.
Yeah, I know. I don't think they're mutually exclusive like that, right? I don't think so. Am I misinterpreting the question? Will there be seasons? We are not a live service game, at least not currently. I guess everything could change. Everything is subject to change. I guess big disclaimer, guys. Hey, we're still in development.
They already said no minions, Aaron. I know.
No, we're not planning to have. How would you interpret that question? Is it like something you would expect to like revamp
seasons
the
in PoE terms, like probably not, but it's basically like little to no effort to have reset cycles. If that's something that people want.
Oh, that's what he said. Sorry.
We could probably also have like Diablo 2 has ladder resets is a good example of that.
Yeah.
We could do something akin to that where every 3 months the game resets like we could have a schismed server effectively. And then have it so that resets, and then every 3 months or whatever, and the other one's stable. So having a standard and then just a reset cycle, like we could do that, and that Phillies want to do that. It's also that I would say the value of that is heavily tied to whether the game eventually has any sort of multiplayer assets.
Exactly.
Without that, it's kind of like it's like a self-imposed meme, and you could just make a new character and it will yield a similar result. So.
Yeah, and let's talk about that briefly because everyone's ears perked up because I've seen plenty of questions about multiplayer. our goal, obviously, we have a lot of work ahead of us, right? We're very knee deep in the development, very much so. So right now, multiplayer is absolutely not on the table. I'll make that abundantly clear. We are not doing multiplayer right now. But obviously, it's something that is a potential, right? And anything is possible, essentially. It's just we would rather make the core experience very good, like just fundamentally much better than it otherwise would be. Would we have to factor in multiplayer considerations? That being said, one of the biggest things that we bounce around an idea for is some sort of offline marketplace. Oh, I guess offline's not the right word, but asynchronous marketplace.
Wait, what?
And we feel like it's not outside of the realm of possibility. So technically, it would mean we are an online game at that point. But to talk about multiplayer elements, that would be one thing where a ladder reset or a seasonal reset of some kind would actually hold value, right? If we do implement some sort of asynchronous marketplace where now your items have actual value behind them because you have this cool thing, not very good for you, but it's good for someone else, you can just sell it on the marketplace. Not for real money, obviously. I want to make that clear. I mean, I guess we could turn into CSGO, right? Hey, you buy your box, spin, spin, spin.
Someone mentioned hats earlier. I mean, technically speaking.
Anyway, so that's a very real possibility, and we think it's not it's not really out of the realm of
get to the bazaar.
What we could actually do.
And we have proposed safeguards also. So like the biggest gripe I personally have with having a game go online or trade enabled is it subverts player progression.
Yes.
So instead of me being able to do a thing, I could just get a friend carry my ass through it, or give me an item that lets me blow past it. The workaround for that is having things be effectively like soul bound or account bound. And even more so is doing it like a lot of games will do, which is this item is whatever account bound or player bound, and then anyone who was in the instance when it dropped has access to it to trade it, and it has a tradability enabled, or giving a currency that lets you convert an item into a tradable version. So there's ways to do it that can mitigate that kind of problem. So all of it's
but
things we discussed.
That just makes it abundantly clear that all of these things we would have.
You know what's hilarious? Last Epoch's been in development for 8 years. If you ask them if they could go back in time and change anything, it would be to start the game as a multiplayer game. They built Last Epoch as single player offline, and then they had to rebuild the entire game as a multiplayer online game. They wish they would have started from the beginning multiplayer.
Something like Grim Dawn, right? Grim Dawn is, I think, only single player, right? Do they even have online? Maybe they do.
Yeah.
But it's most people that play Grim Dawn play it just because they want to make a character, they want to play for however many hours, and they log off and maybe come back a little bit time later, such as with the expansion, right? I think it's very well respected. It's one of the top ARPGs, and it built the name for itself just
10 million copies sold, baby.
Yeah, just by making a good ARPG, right? They didn't even have to worry about multiplayer stuff. So. Not to say we're gonna
Grim Dawn is
do
multiplayer.
what Grim Dawn did. I mean, hopefully
games.
we'll see.
They play a lot of PoE.
We'd be very blessed
like
if that
10
was the
million
case.
copies sold.
Nice. Would EA have co-op? The answer I made that abundantly clear. No, we will not have multiplayer for early access.
On launch, no.
Will the town store, the bazaar, sell red rings? Is that I don't know if that's an inside joke of some kind.
It's I'm assuming it's an LE reference to the red ring, maybe, but
maybe.
Yeah, I mean in general our current vendor system is like a pretty large band-aid effectively that solved a lot of little problems as we were just like trying to get the demo in a really nice place, which I think it is now. And it's going to be nowhere near as strong, pretty much come EA. And we're going to have a much more varied and robust vendor system that is like actually has stuff going on. Because we want to put the loot on the ground.
Something is wrong with all of you. I don't even know what to say.
Although we do love him. But,
it's Brandon's fault. I keep forgetting.
Can you make an NPC called The Fence who tracks how many times you have died? You will definitely have that stat on your character that you can find. Will make an NPC that can like laugh at you? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't see why not.
So, as part of introducing, we have set up a system. We as in the programming team, not me, I just yell things, that can track a lot of information on character stats in game. And it's like a pretty crazy list of things we can track. So, we want to track things like
farts
bullet
in town.
shot, enemies,
farts made in town. Yep.
Enemies killed, levels experience gain, whatever, gold spent, money spent, whatever.
I hate that they're answering these questions like they're real. I just want to go ballistic.
character die, character gone.
Oh
and
my
you know,
gosh.
when it's gone, it's gonna give you a little rap sheet, basically here lies Wooly, _hardcore number 1. And through that, you'll be able to see.
What do you mean they're not real?
this
They're not
slew
real.
of information, where it's like basically the obituary of your hardcore character and all its total information. So things like how many harrows you've killed, how many masterworks you've found. You know, we'd love to track all.
The question was, will there be a bazaar with red rings? And then the follow-up question was, can you have a command in game that counts your deaths called the fence?
Nice to see you, by the way. There's Sephirin right there. What's the status on the controller? Is it in the game now? Are we good?
You get to work, buddy.
Yeah, you get to work. Okay. Someone just asked that a little while ago. What is our skill point cap? Good question. We don't know. Next question. What secrets can you give up if you get to 15 margaritas? Lady?
I give up a lot. I can take my child.
No, but go back to the skill points real quick. You will get skill points obviously from leveling up and then from quest rewards as well. Maybe there'll be some sort of other fun thing, but I think we haven't really talked about it explicitly too much, but I think we're all in agreement. When I say we, by the way, I'm talking about the designers. We all play a ton of Path of Exile, and the best part about Path of Exile 1, the skill tree, is that you actually get exponentially more benefit from your passive points as you level up, right? So it basically just keeps, I guess that's not the best way to put it. Basically, your passive points never lose value. And in fact, in the end game, that's why people respect their trees to, like, you know, get out of the early nodes.
Nothing but clusters, baby.
Yeah, it's like the amount of value you get from just a single passive point is so incredibly high. That's the higher level of your character, aka the more you have invested, the more time you've invested. So we want to follow a similar suit where you are never just like, yeah.
Does them answering the questions this way make you feel like they're spoiling the early access launch in any way? Or does it make you want to play early access more?
Accomplish, but that's more along the lines of what we want to do. So in terms of a skill point cap,
gimme,
again,
no,
we have no idea. We haven't
makes me want to
explored these designs and systems yet too much, but safe to say it'll be a good amount you can toy with.
A little tack onto that question is, because it's effectively a solo self-found offline experience, we're going to throw a lot of skill points into quests and like milestones as you're progressing. So, you know, if we feel like we want you to get further in the skill tree or just be able to play more like skill tree stuff, it doesn't mean that level 10 equals 10 skills. You might have 20 skills at level 10 because we wanted you to have more, and we're benevolent gods.
Yeah, I don't know about 20 skills at level 10, but we'll see. Will we ever encounter evil versions
of historical characters,
like an evil Doc Holliday? I mean,
great question. So one of the bounty targets, although it looks like his name is Wyatt Earp, which is the famed marshal, it's actually Wyatt Herp, short for herpes, and he's covered in.
I needed to clarify that.
I think I do, because it's spelled the exact same way, just not how you're pronouncing it. So yeah, I mean, there's evil versions of good characters, good versions of evil characters, like, and I think that's like a really goofy and fun thing to do. So an example of that, and a real example, I should say, is you have like a despicable famous Western character, like Judge Holden from Blood Meridian, and we might make him a positive NPC, and it's like our way of fixing history. You know, it's like you have this piece of shit, and we're like, yeah, he's gonna be a nice guy in our game, and then maybe vice versa. You've like someone like what's his name? Something Bass, the sheriff,
Bass
the famous sheriff. Yes, Bass Rutten, yeah, from Die Hard. Yeah, he'll be in the game. Die Hard. We'll have Die Hard.
Last question from Aaron. Will we have a roadmap in the future? Probably, but
I got one.
There's an internal roadmap. Yeah, we do have a roadmap. We're not going to show you it, but we do have one.
I just can't.
Player-facing roadmap at some point.
Do this
community-facing,
anymore.
In general, I think the internal sentiment about a player-facing roadmap is in the words of Wooly, a little bit cringe, because you're just promising an awful lot. And we would rather just deliver a much better product that the community likes a lot more, that puts us a little bit off whatever that timeline is, you know, or like maybe we have to shift a priority.
Aaron's not going to get CT
making
for
a
this game
roadmap
version.
like,
I'm already
let's
in
promise
CT.
all this stuff, then we
He can't
don't want to
take
feel
them
like we have
anymore.
to force a delivery
Skoji,
date.
it's not funny
and,
when you ask stupid
concede on
questions like
quality.
that.
We'd
Exactly.
rather give you a better product.
Yep.
So,
and that's the pitfall of roadmaps, right? Like I have seen so
again.
many games
You are
release a
asking a
roadmap
lot of
and then
questions.
they just blatantly
so
ignore
like
it.
maybe
It's like,
like
what's the
broad
point, dude?
strokes. Like we could do like a pretty broad one with like a huge asterisk. Like we've got stuff lined up for
Yeah.
the most part where it's like, hey, we want to do this, then this, and this.
We'd much rather do
but
it
the
in this
specifics
fashion,
is
though. Like literally, you guys that are
Yeah.
tuned in right now, as we continue development and the community grows, we would rather just have stuff like this, where we're just being extremely transparent. Maybe a little bit more than we should be for some things, right? But it goes innately that everything that we're talking about is subject to change, is disclaimer. But we'd rather just give you ideas that we have, and then you can immediately just kind of think about it, let it sit, because we want this to be a primarily community-focused game in the sense that, again, we
Transparent?
are
Never
all
heard
veteran
of
ARPG players, the designers on this team. So we think we're pretty in sync with what community wants, but should we ever get to the point where we're not, we would want it to be basically immediately addressed. So I think keeping it more transparent like this, more approachable, or that's not the right word, genuine, I guess, more of a genuine thing, instead of just like, here's our roadmap, guys. Yeah, we'll definitely stick to it. Wink, wink. You can trust us.
I don't know. Any
Since
of
it
those
is
words.
not a live service game, will the Dark West be moddable? So a possibility of community-driven seasonal content.
Oh, I can answer this one.
Go ahead, do it.
Because I wrote this in the EULA. So in general, the answer is yes. However, we really don't want people to mod stuff until the game is 1.0 released.
Yeah.
And the main reason is it sets a really large, unrealistic expectation of what we can support for and then continue to balance. And it also kind of subverts points of progression through people modding, and it kind of removes the opportunity for us to do a good job in some spots, because you might think you're able to do a better job by like cutting corners when, in a way it's us saying like, just trust us, and like, we're going to curate this to be a really fun experience for you. And if we give you too many tools to just break away from that, it's just commonly people do. So, there's going to be things found out from modding that will just cook into the game eventually. That's a really, really great part of a modding community, is like any good game that has worth their salt that has modding looks at the modding stuff and look at Slay the Spire 2 is essentially Slay the Spire 1 with every one of its mod packs introduced to it.
Yeah.
It's like that sort of stuff is great. It's a great litmus test. But if you just like release the game out the gate kind of with modding enabled, it's like, oh, then the game becomes not worth playing unless modded a certain way. And it's like, well, why are we going to spend time trying to improve it when they're just going to mod it? And it's like, well, we want to have that like kind of transparent relationship with the community where it's like, yeah, we want you to do this, but also like, let us make a game for you first,
Will there be a dedicated streamer client for action RPG gaming players who stream? And if so,
Oh, yeah.
let's
Priority
press
queue?
to get it too. Yeah, priority queue, bro. No, I mean, maybe.
As a priority queue haver, I'm all aboard.
Cajun, don't
Since you wanted to
laugh.
have, oh, by the way, we're out of questions on the Google Docs. So if you guys, now is the time. I'm paying I'm paying attention only to the chat. I'm looking at you. I'm
W's
looking
in
at
the
you.
chat.
Chat. You like that Zoom, huh? Like that. And if you guys have any questions, let them rip. Since you said you wanted to have some Baldur's Gate 3 elements like choice and mercenaries on the table for the future. Yeah, sure. Why not?
It would
Aren't
just
you glad you
require,
streamed
again, like,
today?
anytime you
Yes.
introduce something like that, it's not like a balanced nightmare, but that's like a huge point of power progression that you're going to have to account for, especially if it's a thing where everyone has them. So obviously, this literal PoE league, they added mercenaries back.
This
but
has
like,
gone
you don't,
too
not everyone
far,
just has
I
one
know.
unless you're a specific archetype. But if this was mercenary league in PoE, right, and everyone has that, you have to essentially balance the game's content to what the average power
Don't
level
laugh.
of a merc is on an average build, because otherwise it's like you're just giving everyone 50% more whatever for free, and they're going to blow past certain points of content and be like, why is this league so easy? It's like, well, we just gave you a Ferrari to drive to the grocery store, and you're like, just surprised.
Exactly. Tell us about systems putting in for disabled players for launch, colorblind, carpal tunnel, etc. Definitely aware of that stuff. I can't really speak to the specifics. I think Lighty, you probably could a little bit more.
Yeah, we're going to cure blindness. That's the goal. So we're going to spend all of our
we're
resources.
like 10 margaritas, guys. That's for sure.
No, I mean, we have like the boilerplate list of...
Oh my gosh, he just said we're going to cure blindness on stream. Oh, brother. Sorry. Sorry.
There's even like exporting text to
I think
speech
we got some of those
for people who have-
glasses too. Is it like I think
Oh,
Logan,
the
Logan
Mr.
Paul
Beast
had those
glasses? Yeah, whatever.
No, I'm kidding.
There's actually like 3 or 4 things that are pretty, and you know, our game is set in Unreal 5.5.
Is this more entertaining than a Last Epoch dev stream? What do you guys think?
Stuff. The boilerplate versions is baked into the game, similar to how our graphical settings are based off of templated boiler versions for that.
They're cool.
And, you know, we're going to have
yes.
a lot of
Don't
those are
ask
pretty
that.
easy. And then we might have to
Pure
like
blindness
amend
with
them and
Dead
curate
Marguerites.
them like in C++
Yes,
to make
hell
them to like
yes.
better versions.
I mean, it's Wooly, so yeah.
But yeah, it's like
You
there's
don't
like
wanna
3
know.
or 4 that are pretty easy to do, and then outside of that, it gets kind of tricky.
Well, he is drinking.
But yeah, like exporting text to voice is a good one for people who have like any sort of aphasia, any sort of like reading issues. Colorblind is the obvious one. Supporting, you know, something like localization is a hard one. Like some of these things are easy, some of these things are hard. You might think that like, oh, you just turn on simplified Chinese or turn on Romanian. It's like, yeah, no, it doesn't work like that. We have to find every single word in the game and then like count it and track it and like log it.
That's
and
how
have
you get
someone, like,
bad words in your game.
Yeah,
that
so
you
there, it's
probably
actually
don't want.
it's not quite as offensive of porting in poor multiplayer, but porting in poor localization also yields really catastrophic combinations of things that can happen.
Yeah.
Because there are some words in some languages that, when mistranslated, are really offensive and really bad. So we're just like carefully treading with a lot of this sort of stuff.
Yeah, Scissors, I'm sorry, I did see your question earlier. He asked, will we have an occult style like caster type class? The Padre is going to be the more caster centric one, and there's like
classes 5, 6, 7, 8 already locked up.
Yeah, exactly.
See you in 2 years. Yeah.
Yes, there is a plan for that kind of stuff. Plan on having timed events for not multiplayer, something that the community can do together. We toyed around with the idea of something like world bosses from like D4 or something. So it's if we were to do that, I think the catalyst would have been something different to spark the online portion of the game, such as the asynchronous marketplace. I think something like that would be a much more interesting system to start with.
Yes.
And then once we've already bridged the gap of whatever, you know, technical limitations, multiplayer, online, whatever.
But the idea of like Helldiver style shared like community goals is also a thing we've talked about.
Yeah, and that could easily tie into the renown faction stuff. Yeah, there's definitely plenty of ways we could approach stuff like that. And I did remember there's a whole section on this document that I just bypassed to go to the chat questions. So we do actually have other things. And it's actually talking about the demo specifically and like what our plans are to address a lot of things. So these are actually pretty pertinent questions, especially because most people here, I'm assuming most of you guys have already played the demo. If you have not, play it right now. The Dark West on Steam. Someone drop a link in chat. Boom, there you go. You can play the demo. And there's quite a bit to talk about here. I guess the first one's kind of a fun question. We guys have references from movies involving John Wayne, The Three Amigos, Westerns.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
absolutely. Lighty's all about that stuff. Kevin, the game director, is all about that stuff. So yeah, 100%.
The one, I'll just give one spoiler. The one that I'm going to kill myself to get into the game is if you've ever seen the film They Call Me Trinity. There's a scene where he just eats beans for 3 minutes and just like farts. I want to, kind of like Blazing Saddles, the bean scene. This is like a much more serious version of that, but it's still also a comedy. But like, we'd like to get a bean eating scene in there. But like the game is mostly serious, so like when we do anything comical, it has to be like very specifically placed, basically.
Yes, for intentionally, yes. Players felt that the demo story jumped around a bit. How will the full release flesh out the narrative and give players a more clear direction? Since you did break a ritual, kill a bounty, kill a demon, burn a witch, etc. So I guess it's another Lighty question. He's the lore guy. Take it away.
Yeah, I mean, we have like a really cool foundation for a lot of ideas, and we just weren't able to prioritize really doing some of those things justice the way we wanted to. So it's like we had like broad strokes for the execution of things like the burn the witch cutscene, and a common complaint amongst that one is like you witnessed this horrific act, but then you really weren't appropriately connected to the character prior to that to feel what we'd like you to feel as far as conveying that like loss, for this character. Some people did still, but like it was just I think it was we just slightly missed the mark on really building up to that point. So if you want to say that like point 1 was the start of the game and point 10 was burn the witch as far as the end of the thing, we're going to be adding like much more dialogue, much more quest driven stuff, much more world building to really get you familiar with these characters and to get you involved with their backstory and care about them much more. So for example, on the EA we're going to have like probably 2, 3, 4 more quests, little ones that talk more about Black Bill, Lucille, Grandmother Black, like these sort of characters. So it's like, oh, when you get to this part, you have a much more potent investment. And it's like when she's burning, you're not just focused on her feet, and you're excited about the fact that she's like,
Save the
oh,
witch,
something's
it's
actually
not Grim
happening. This
Dawn.
is like important, you know?
Yep. Next question. This is very much in line with what I want to talk about a little bit. Right now, rifles and revolvers handle very similarly. How are we going to differentiate weapon types, and is a melee system being considered? Last part first. Yes, I am considering a melee system, and that's what matters. Is it going to be soon? No, absolutely not. But is it being considered? Absolutely. Yes, that is one of the biggest feedback points that I personally have been attuned to, been reading, and that is that the overall combat feedback is not very satisfying, or not as satisfying as it could be. I've not really heard anyone say it's like straight up is bad, thankfully. So, to differentiate the weapon types, absolutely. That is literally actually Corey and I, one of the other designer, Corey. We were sitting down and we just went through and basically made a bunch of adjustments to the weapon types to make them feel different, not only in each class, but the actual individual base types and how they relate to one another. So the Colt revolver versus the Derringer versus the volcanic pistol, etc. So absolutely, yes, we want the weapons to... There should never be a case where one weapon is always better than another weapon, unless you are building your character around that explicitly, right? That's where the whole, like, ARPG aspect comes in. But in terms of a baseline effectiveness, no one weapon should ever just blatantly be better than another, and that is obviously the case in the demo.
Do they have mouse support or WASD? The demo is all WASD. WASD.
This is something that'll kind of be ongoing for a while, if I had to guess. And there's also a lot of layers as to why each weapon kind of feels different from one another. But safe to say, there are changes literally going through right now internally to make the weapons feel much better and differentiate
War is
them.
raging.
War is definitely raging. We
We're
already
largely on
answered
the
this.
same page with that.
Will there be more than 3 planned characters? Yes, we already answered that. Spellcaster, absolutely. That's literally Padre, actually.
I think if you're looking at literal, kind of like loosey-goosey design, like some of them are more fleshed out than others. I think we have 6 or 7 characters right now we've written out in total. Which is,
he's.
I mean, one of them is the Iron. What is it called? The Iron Hide, Iron something.
Ironhide, yeah. That's
Ironhide,
the working name.
So there's like
Iron.
Oh, I did just say 6, 7. Yeah, okay. I had to talk to my homeowner's insurance company today because my basement flooded, and I said 6, 7, and I heard him laugh on the phone, and I didn't catch it until afterwards.
He's got a broccoli.
And I was like, I just have $40,000 in damages, and you're just like memeing on me, bro.
That's funny. We know the FAQ mentions balancing concerns. Any chance might explore multiplayer post-launch? That's 2 different. No, that's the whole question. That's 2 different questions entirely. I just basically addressed all the balance stuff, and we've already talked about multiplayer multiple times. So I think we answered that. We're good. Combat feels like it lacks oomph, partly because all guns pierce by default. That is actually pretty interesting. Are there plans to tighten hit feedback? Yes, and make pierce an opt-in build choice. That is interesting. We've not discussed that directly, so I guess the way that I would like pierce to happen is it should be based on the damage and, more importantly, the projectile speed, right, of each individual shot, because that's how it works in real life, right? And that's how pierce works. I guess like there are tons of different elements. So if we start like meticulously building around this pierce system and making it scale from multiple different vectors, it's going to be a nightmare.
Vector,
and it's probably not worth all of the effort and development time. But I see what you're saying in that, like, my little dinky volcanic pistol is piercing a tier 3 buffalich the same as it pierces a, jackalope or something. I can understand why that might not feel good. I would probably say that is not the reason why combat is currently kind of lacking the oomph, as you properly point out. I think it's more so what I just discussed earlier, on top of like the actual hit responsiveness from the enemies. Like, what is their reaction? Do you see blood chunks come out? Do you see like a little, dust cloud or a blood splatter come out? Stuff like that.
That actually specifically, we just, I believe, this week proposed a resolution for that. I think it was Corey, about how the amount of blood created VFX from impact is going to be scaling
based on the
in
damage.
reverse to their remaining life pool. Yeah, so I think that's remaining life. What does it matter?
No,
But
it's probably
like,
based on the percentage you deal of
yes,
their
percentage life
max health.
you did
Yeah.
with a hit. Yes.
Yeah.
So it's like if you do a big chunk of their life, it's going to make a big chunk of blood, and then if you do a little hit, it's going to make a little bit of blood.
Yeah, and that's just one aspect. It's not like,
that.
oh, dude, that we're gonna solve combat. We just make the blood splatter scale. No, obviously, there's a ton more layers to it. So that is personally, that is my biggest thing. That's like actually what I'm focused on the most right now is improving the just moment to moment feel. Because in my mind, if the game is not immediately fun, what's the point? If you buy any game, if you even play a free to play game and you boot it up and you're not having fun in the first 30 seconds, you're just going to close the game. And I don't blame you, right? That's how I approach games, at least. So I want in this style of action RPG, yes, obviously
These guys get it?
affixes, all these things keep you there, but the thing that is actually placing you there is the action, or it should be, right? And we actually see this happening in real time with Path of Exile 2, where they basically tried to, get back to that concept where it should be about the action first and foremost, and had variable results. I think a lot of that honestly is because they're the second game, right? It's a sequel, so they have to base it off of the first.
2 games, 1 campaign.
Exactly. There's a whole different, basically we want to make sure that the combat is as satisfying as possible and that lasts as long as possible. Now, realistically, are we going to be able to execute that at every single point in the game at the same quality, the same level? Probably
Yes.
not. Yeah, absolutely.
But just to comment on that specifically, there's like 90 different things that goes into making you shooting an enemy feel good, from sounds, VFX, animations,
Yes.
kickback, movement, all these things. We have this report function in game now.
Oh yeah,
and it's going to be expanded as well. So
Wooly
if
wants
if
to
you ever
know-
feel like, hey, I feel like the fouling shotgun just doesn't have enough kick to it, that's a great note to report. We'd love that feedback because that's something. These sort of little micro tangible changes add up to making a totally different experience, especially for like weapon profile identity. It's just something that's hard for us to always fully clock the scope of. So, we welcome that feedback, and I just recommend if you play the demo to give it in game, because we could see it all, and I personally parsed through it all at some point, and then we just say, oh, we should adjust this, we should do this, and that also leads to other things. So we say, if we got 9 feedbacks about fouling's SFX for reload sound, we're going to look at all reload sounds and be like, let's bring up the floor of the fidelity of reload sounds. So
Yep, and that's part of the best things about working in a studio like this, a small indie team, a triple I guess we technically would be classified, is that we have this ability to rapidly iterate and prototype things and just try and get it as good as possible. And if that bar changes, if that standard changes, we can meet it, relatively quickly, I would say. So yeah, we're definitely focused on it. Kind of a different discussion topic here, but walking between large point of interest can feel tedious over time. Are we considering adding a sprint mechanic or movement skills for faster map traversal? How about just making the map smaller? That's what we're doing.
Yeah,
we're gonna instance everything. So
I actually just had a meeting with the environmental team about this literally this week, and it was about splitting zone sizes. So currently, if you've played the demo, you know the Flatlands has one of the zones. The Flatlands is very big. We're going to be literally splitting the Flatlands into 3, like 1/3 the size. So 3 different eastern, central, western Flatlands, as an example. So zones of that size, we're splitting into 3 for now on, because it solves a lot of kind of like haptic feedback, feels better for the player on average. So that's just like, that alone will make it feel better, and you're going to have more waypoints, more quicker, feel of point of interest between zones and biomes, because it's just, it just feels better to have more zones, even if it's the entire biome's the same size. That like kind of tricks the brain a little bit. Yeah.
Yep. Spell effects, floating damage numbers, mob animations feel a bit undercooked. What kind of visual polish can we expect before launch? A lot. Yeah, there are everything you see in the demo subject to change. Right, there's a whole splash screen right at the start, but yes, we will absolutely
Demo
be tweaking
downloaded.
and iterating upon things to make them as satisfying as possible. Can't talk about specifics, but we are absolutely always thinking about those things. Car system, gun, audio are huge hits. Want to see more world building? Will the full game feature narrative side quests along the bounty system?
Yeah.
Whatever Dylan wants. It's just easy.
We kind of already talked about it too.
So just like the peek behind the curtain in the smallest way possible. I'm not going to go into the details about this, but in the scope of production for a video game, some things are like really expensive. Some things are not really expensive. In general, like doing full 3D conversion for gear onto character models, very, very time consuming, very resource intensive. Voice acting and quest dialogue, not at all comparatively. So that's, anytime you have something like that, we have really great VA guys that, and really, really great world building and dialogue we can add to chat. It's just an area which we can excel at. Same thing with like a good example of that and how it really, to come full circle, we were having, some of the initial iterations of the character select screen menu were not living up to our desired standards, or like what we wanted, what we envisioned. And then we just like took a little bit of a step back and pivoted to a 2D screen. And then, it just kind of was an obvious thing because it's like, well, we have like super kick-ass illustrators that do amazing 2D art. Why don't we just use that? And then we could, the same thing, the same people who are making our cards, same people who are making like, our 2D art in game. It's like, our HUD looks great, our cards look great, our art looks great. Why would we not just do this? So it's the same. It's like those easy wins, voice acting and quest dialogue are another one of those. And you'll definitely see us lean heavily on those things in the future for mechanics, because it's just, we know we could nail those and hit them out of the park,
Yeah, so players are highly requesting quality of life updates like auto pickup for coins, fully removal keys, and clearer damage tooltips. Are these on the development roadmap? Yeah, we're aware of all that. Yeah, absolutely.
Is there about the tooltips a little bit? Because I know that's like a thing you're a little tooltip boy.
Well, he said damage tooltips. I'm assuming like floating numbers and stuff. But
but
so
still,
in terms of like item tooltips, 100%. Yes, I want very clear tooltips with basically icons for the base view, and then you can hold the control key or the alt key or whatever, and then it expands and shows everything as like a list. So if you want to get into the nitty gritty, as most veteran ARPG players would like,
do a little knit, do a little grit right now.
Yes,
a little grit for the boys.
We are aware of the quality of life things, absolutely. And I think there's a question on here with like stash tabs, like how we're storing stuff. It's probably later down there, but that's one of the things that obviously if you're playing in a loot-based game, you're going to be storing
Affinity
that loot.
tabs
Yeah,
is the route we're going.
Affinity tabs from Path of Exile, Last Epoch, whatever. Even D3 had them, didn't they? No, D3 did not. No, it's just like naming them. But yes, having a way to quickly put the loot where you want it to go, that should not be a point of friction primarily in a game at all. Maybe a little bit for some things, like if you're in an end game mechanic of some kind and you have to pick and choose this thing over that thing.
Yeah,
that's
like
a
portal
point
economy
of
is
friction
fine. That's like a different I think a fun kind of example of this is like you have the affinity tabs in PoE, but what it's missing is like the RuneScape deposit to bank button.
Yeah, exactly.
And with that system, those are like the two different. That's the Adam and Eve of this equation.
Seems like they
and
like Ellie and PoE.
We're going to try to get them both, because it's just, how cool is it after you do all your combat stuff? Because you don't want to just be sitting and fiddling at your stash, right? It's like
exactly.
It's just, no one gives a shit. If we're like talking about appreciating your cards in your hex binder, or like your masterworks in like a display or something, that's a totally different thing. But just like doing like the cycle of what is an end game system, it's like we do not want you fiddling in your stash with that's just needless friction. So having it so there's an affinity system plus a dump button would be like the holy, the holy trinity of quality of life. So you could just push a button, everything goes in the appropriate stackable slots. And then like the things that don't have slots, like, yeah, sure, maybe a manual placement, but
you guys, we're not doing a Dark West-a-thon either when this game goes 1.0. So don't even start.
Second, Grisme. I'm sorry, I'm probably butchering that.
Yes, we are.
But he's basically asking, have we actually fired any of our weapons in the game in real life? And suggesting a team building exercise. I think some of us probably have. I know I've shot a couple of them. But in terms of
right now I'm live, give me 2 seconds.
In terms of like a team building exercise, we actually are kind of all over. We're not just all in the same country. Lighty and I are in the U.S. There's a few other U.S. guys, but we're kind of all over. So it'd be kind of difficult to have that. I think it'd be sweet, honestly, but I don't think that's realistically in the cards right now. I guess that's the talk to Kevin, the game director. So we'll see. But I think that would be useful, but only to a certain extent, right? Because at the end of the day, if I'm going to shoot like a Derringer in real life, it's probably not going to be representative of what it's going to feel like in the game. I would say that's more relevant for something like an FPS, right, where the actual recoil of the weapon on your screen is a primary factor in your engagement with that weapon. Third person isometric, it's much harder to get that attachment from like a recoil mechanic, I would say. And of course, like gun sounds, all that stuff, you can just find it on YouTube. I don't think it's I'm not trying to devalue the question. I'm just saying it's not something we're considering right now. No. And how you doing, Mr. Trevor? How you doing? Screen clearing melee, is this something we're cooking up or might happen in the future?
Trevor,
yes, at some point. Screen clearing, I don't know about that. That's the big asterisk on that one for sure.
Oh,
but
brother.
maybe. Okay, is there a plan to heavily expand the talent tree with capstones, stat trade-offs, or even interconnected class starting points for build diversity? Absolutely, yes. We are going to expand the passive skill tree for the classes. Now, each class will have their own skill tree, but something that we talked about earlier is like if you get an item that has a plus level to a certain skill, and it's not one of your class's skills, you will be able to then access that skill just by the fact that you have a plus level to it, right? It literally gives the skill to you if you don't already have it. In terms of like capstones, actually, literally, yes, it's actually very close to the name that we have.
Suspicious question.
Yeah, very suspicious.
It's a little bit too internal, this question.
That is. But yeah, absolutely. In terms of like capstones to the baseline skill,
it's weird. I was going to sound so stupid. It's weird since they're not playing the Dark West game. They're actually fully focused on answering the questions. You get much better answers. If anybody, never mind.
Could put into it, that third level will give something transformative. And we don't really know how we want to display it quite yet. I think personally it's kind of cool to keep them hidden. Like you just have to invest in the notable, and then when you get to the third one, you're like, oh wait, what? That does that? I guess a specific example would be, geez, I can't even think one off the top of my head. Can you, Letty? I can't. There are
I mean, I could just give you like a fake example. So like if you had something like a hex shot, and the third one might make it just like every, it explodes, then on Nova it does Nova on kill, or just something ridiculous. Like most of them are going to be just an exaggeration of the baseline skill in some way.
Oh, here's one. So the Padre is going to be our spellcaster. He's the class that is going to be coming with early access, and one of his skills is basically a wave of fire comes out, and it can return to you. That's one of the notables. So it'll return to you. And then I think we did one where you hit an enemy and you kill them, they will explode. And then the third point in that explode notable makes them explode on hit instead. So basically you can like shoot out your wave, it'll explode them when it hits them versus just having to kill them. Something like that, right? That's the general idea behind these notables and like the extra scaling. Again, narrow but deep. That is the idea. Just to their release window, and will it get controller support? Yes, for controller support. We don't know when, but we are very aware of it and working on it. Release sometime in the future. Can't say
release alongside GTA 6.
That's right.
That's a promise.
Yep, on the same day, exactly. Yep, that's a great idea. Are there plans to make different guns within the same class feel distinct, having slower, hard-hitting revolver? Yeah, 100%. Yep, that's literally what we're...
In the same class, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so he's talking about like a different kind of Colt, like a Colt.
Well, we've got a Colt revolver, Colt
right. So like, okay, in this, like the revolvers will feel different from one another, right? But maybe we can, or by revolvers, like we're classifying a Derringer as a revolver, and we're classifying the volcanic.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the answer is yes.
The answer is yes. I mean, yeah, that's we can slice that question however we want, but the answer is still yes. With 13 cards, go ahead.
We're
it.
here for the cult stuff.
With 13 cards per suit and multiple varieties, bank space fills up fast. Correct. Our dedicated card tabs, PoE style or smarter auto? Yes, 100%. Yep. We just talked about this. So yeah, we want you to be able to press a button, put everything in an affinity tab. There's going to be cool UI for the hex binder. It's what we're calling it. So where you store your tarot cards and your poker cards. It's going to be an integral aspect to the lore and the theme of a lot of systems in our game. So we want a cool UI element to go with that. I guess something we can kind of tease real quick is the revamp of our potions. We don't like potions, period, in games. So what we're doing is we're making them basically, the alcohol system is going to be our potion system. And I don't want to give too many details away, but they should be much more engaging than your traditional like potions in terms of like, oh, I have a health potion. Oh, I need to press it for health. Cool. Now, don't get me wrong. Like that's obviously useful in some scenarios, but it like just, think about it like this. If you had the choice between not having to do that and having to do that, you'd probably not want to do that, right? Just pressing a potion to arbitrarily heal back your health, like that's just kind of lame. So my point is that will also have a dedicated UI to it because alcohol is a very thematic Western.
The main reason
Western
I don't
thing
want
as
to
well.
design around a health pot. It's really what it is.
Yeah, that's also true.
It's that's to me that's the limitation. It's just like annoying because then it totally changes the pacing of combat that you have assume the player is always going to be using this.
Yeah.
Even if the vast majority of players will not be using this because of the tedium tied to it.
Yep. It's almost like there's a game that's addressed all this already. Will equipping different armor tiers dynamically change character appearance and add cool particle effects like elemental flame. So character appearance, we talked about this at the very beginning. We would love to do it. It's just not worth the time that it would take right now to execute. I think it's much more, you get more attached to the 2D art than the 3D art in a game like this, I would say. So that's where we're putting our time and effort. But absolutely, we're well aware of having visual customization when you equip something. Again, I think the initial question was specifically regarding the hat, and that is probably like the best slot to showcase like some kind of change in a Western game especially, right? So if we get to that point, it'll probably just be the hat slot to start. And then in terms of the particle effects, honestly, we could probably do that easily, right? Just say like, if this item is equipped, emit this particle effect, like for the cigar, for example.
Yeah, we'll have a specific Masterworks. We'll have a distinct VFX.
100%. Many
Whatever,
players are not realizing that equipped cards actually form poker hands. Are we planning to add tutorial? Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Yeah. Anything that's missing a tutorial right now that you come across, we'll probably have a tutorial. Maybe it's not like super in depth or anything, but there'll be some kind of player onboarding, player facing explanation. Holy my word. And that's actually where keywords would come into play. So we very much so want the current game guide. If you press the pause menu while you're playing, you can go to game guide. Actually, it's on the main menu now, isn't it? But the keywords, essentially, will be highlighted on items, affixes, whatever, and you can just hover over it, and it'll give you a whole, explanation on what it does. And then there'll be keywords inside of a keyword. So it's, you go on the poker hand and you hover over, the card bonus effect, and it says, 10% increased attack speed, and you're like, what's attack speed? Nah. Yeah, it's just a hypothetical. So you can just get all the information you want inside of the game. That is the overall point. We, again, as all veteran ARPG players and really just any game that has depth players, you always have to go to external sources, third-party tools, online, wikis, whatever. We want to put as much info as possible inside of the game. It's kind of inexcusable in the current day and age of gaming and how this works to not build. If your game has a lot of depth and a lot of character customization in it, you know what players are going to inevitably want to do. You should give all that information to them in the game. That's what we're going for. So, long story short, anything that's not explained very well right now will probably be addressed almost entirely when we get to like tooltips and keywords and all of that stuff. Currently, the environment feels a bit visually drab, a little bit too much brown, red. UI felt mushy. How are you guys planning to punch up the visual variety? So in terms of like zone variety, you literally are just, the flatlands is kind of just like the same as the starting zone. So aside from the town, that's like the biggest visual differentiator, I would say. Aside from that, yeah, they're very similar right now. But we have how many biomes planned? I think like should we get this number out? I'll let you do it.
Planned? I mean, we've got, if you're counting the base, we've like 11, but it's
for early access. It's like 4 or 5.
8? No, 8. Yeah, because you got outskirts near the one. I can name them, but yeah, we've 8.
Including the ones we have. Sure, yeah, okay.
Correct, and then those are going to be schismed also into different subsections, but there'll be a lot. Yeah, and they're also quite different.
Yeah, and again, with everything, we are still iterating and changing things and making them more appealing. So
also, it's Western America,
right.
1872. We're not going to be in the glaciers necessarily, but like we have like exaggerations of things. So like, you have
Dark West
Zion
tools?
Canyon,
Stop
for example. Like at the tippy top, there's snow, so maybe we'll have something snow eventually, but it has to be like rooted in something. So you've got really cool areas in the West America, like Antelope Canyon, looks like Mars basically. We could have cool zones like that, but it just has to be rooted in something real. But we've got a pretty wide expression of what different zones can look like.
To make gearing up more satisfying, could we add flashy equip animations for rare loot and D2 style area levels for better sense of progression? D2 style area levels, what does that mean?
I have no idea.
I don't know either.
specifically now.
Flashy equip animations for rare loot. I think it'd be cool, like a little
Put a gun on you, like do a
spurs,
cool animation.
Yeah,
you
you can, like,
spin it in
flip
your
it.
hands.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
Yeah, we're on the same page. Yes, absolutely. That's more so our art team, our technical animator, all that stuff. They're very busy with other stuff, but I think they would love doing that stuff. So yeah, absolutely. In terms of D2 style area levels for a better sense of progression, I don't quite understand what that means. So if you're in the chat, Mr. Hogern, if you're in the chat right now, it was on Discord, so I don't know. You can try and rephrase that. I don't understand. Players emphasize that low input lag and responsiveness controls matter more than visual flair. What is the team's strategy for prioritizing input feel and performance optimization? I think the performance optimization speaks for itself, given the initial release of the demo versus now.
Yeah.
And in terms of input feel, 100%. Yeah, we want it to be as smooth as possible. You press a button, you expect it to happen. Or if it's like a queue, you would expect it to happen when it is first available. That is a huge... I personally am huge on that kind of thing. And I was just thinking about it today. There are some skills that we probably want to have like an instant cast time, something like a hex shot or something, right? Maybe you can just like auto attack, and then instantly hex shot and follow up, kind of like an auto attack reset if you're familiar with that in games like League of Legends and whatnot. That stuff's always very satisfying, and it's just a fun. It's not essential because you don't have to engage with it if you don't want to. It's just players that like more higher APM, right, higher action in their games, something to give them in terms of that. So I'm all about the smoothness of the feel of the game. If you want something to happen,
Luz, have a good one.
You know, just from playing the game, it should be able to happen right now, and it doesn't happen. That's like one of the worst things, right? It just feels terrible. So,
Hot chips. This shiz looks corny. The Dark West, the new ARPG. Hey, Hot Chips, do you normally play Path of Exile?
Is there anything else you wanted to
or have you played
specifically? I mean, I think we're good.
No, I just I would recommend checking out the Dark West demo. It's on our Steam page. It's free. It's cool. If you have any feedback, we have a report button in game. You could use that for reporting bugs and feedback. I personally looked through all of it, and it's a lot, but it's my cross to bear. But yeah, we appreciate you guys watching, asking questions, and hanging out. And you could always join our community Discord and ask any other questions. And you could just tag me. I'm around.
Apparently I missed something. Hold on. You want me to read this? High-res version of the witch burning poster on the wall outside the shop. Okay, cool. Personally grateful and put it on my wall at home. Cool. Get on that. Lighty, get on that. Kevin, get on that. Would you guys consider a system of a poker game? A poker game. You can win a rare version of the cards? Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Brandon, what are you talking about? I read the questions. I didn't miss anything. He said, Wooly, thank Aaron for all his questions. That's not a question, though. He said there's one more question in red. That's not a question. That was a sentence. You demanded me to thank Aaron. I'm kidding. Thank Aaron. Thank you for all the questions. Aaron's community, thanks for stopping by. And everyone else, I appreciate it. Or we appreciate it. Here at the Dark West. Thank you all for tuning in to this developer stream. Live Q&A with Lighty and Wooly. Probably more to come in the future. Perhaps. Maybe. Just maybe. All right. That's pretty much it. Yeah. Wishlist the game on Steam. We want 1 billion wish lists by the end of the year. So get on it. Tell your mom.
Thanks,
tell your grandma.
Aaron, for
tell your
all
friends,
the
grandma.
questions.
I'm just kidding. All right. That's about it. Yeah, cool, we don't have a stream ending screen. I could use my regular one. But
Thanks,
no, that'd
guys.
be a brand infringement or something.
You guys are so funny. My wife just dropped me. It's nothing big. She just like, here, I just made a little something. Looks like baked potato, the chili cheese hot dog, chili dog. Looks good. You spoiled brat. What? Me? Oh, come on, guys. So when does the website section need to be ready for the Dark West? I want a baked potato. Aaron, why did you ask so many questions? Very funny. Very funny. Okay. During that Q&A, I've been running through the demo. Without exaggeration, I've probably cleared, I don't know, maybe 20 bounties from the bounty board. I have a tier 3 shotgun. I got my purple gloves. I've never seen this. This is a gold rarity. I don't know, it cracks me up. Brewmaster's belt. Anybody out there get it? Brewmasters? Cajun gets it. Brewmasters. Yeah, Brewmasters buckle. We all, tech knows that. I think they're borrowing some names. I farm those suckers. Yep. I've never seen an item in the Dark West of gold rarity. It doesn't even say what rarity it is. So for example, green is, I already forgot what green is. Blue is sturdy. Purple's pristine, and then it's just gold. So that's my first gold item. I've never even seen it before. Seems really unique, right? So anyways, I found a gold item. Boots level 4. I didn't know gear went to level 4. But then I found a level 4 body armor too. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So you have multiple tiers of every rarity. Whatever that is. So, anyways.
You compensating for something?
Tier 3 shotgun, gloves, belt, boots, body armor, helmet sucks, and ring. Helmet's the next thing I need to switch out. But, check this out.
Ain't nobody goes near that rig.
Look how many cards I've found. This is just the demo. I've got 3 2s. I have 7 3s. I have a 5 of a kind. I have 7 3s. 4 4s, 2 5s, a 6, a 7, 2 9s, 4 10s, 2 queens, 3 kings, and 3 aces. I am a jack of spades away from a royal flush, and I'm an ace of spades or a 6 of spades away from a straight flush. And I've been saving these cards. His deck is stacked. Yes. 5 of anything is not a thing, damn it. In this game, 5 of a kind counts. It's actually a big boost over 4 of a kind. So I saved these 4 cards. Let's see. Queen of Diamonds. Oh, brother. It's our second Queen of Diamonds.
Damn, I swear the ground shook.
She can fix me. Get out of here. Another 3. I have found 8. 8 3s. No way this is random. 6 of clubs. I need a 6 of spades. 6 of spades for straight flush. Or ace of spades. Another 2.
Rope and fire, man's best friend.
He thinks he's drawing pets in TLI. This is not like drawing pets. Also, check this out. Crafting? What does this button do that says crafting? Click. It pulls out a separate tab. When you get a rune stone, it will be stored here. I don't even know what this crap does. Oh, you can identify it. Right-click on the runestone, left-click it on an item. Random modifier, 400% chance to having a projectile tag. Right-click on a runestone, left-click on an item to use it. Upgrades rusted quality to a random quality. I didn't read any of this. Hold on. Adds a random fortune prefix to an item. I don't know what it did. Did it work? Your bear can use earthquake. What?
I don't trust that kid.
I don't know if it works or not. What? No, no. Anyways, it's got a little crafting pouch. There's also an auto sort button for your gear. We know games aren't allowed to have that. Fire damage. Yeah, I know. Okay. I didn't fight the final boss because I was waiting for the dev stream to end. A sort button in a demo? Yep. Does it have Steam achievements?
Please. I ain't what they say.
Get out of here, bunny.
He's been marked. Not me. God honest.
Lucy. Who you talking to, Lucy?
I'm gonna light this guy up, dude.
Come closer. Come see what your holy order made of me.
He was sent out to cleanse the rot. But he stumbled onto something old, something cursed. It crawled into him.
You won't. I got it ready right here. Enough for you to choke on. Shit. This ain't gonna end pretty.
Oh, brother. Come on. We found Diablo again. Anyone else got a problem? Frickin' light him up, dude. We found Big Bertha. The hell is that? Tier 1 gold revolver. Consuming remaining ammunition to fire all bullets consecutively with 100 attack delay between each bullet. Oh, brother. Bertha?
You might as well cut me down where I stand.
Even hell would turn its nose at this.
Game seems gorgeous. How does the gameplay feel? Pretty good. Now, guys, I'm used to this from the game Grim Dawn. You always burn the witch, from what I understand.
The order will see to the rest. Doesn't matter what you think you saw. She's marked witness. No praying, no pleading.
WASD. It's WASD. You're what? She did not. Let me guess. You guys can fix the witch, right? You can fix her. Don't even start.
So well, would you not have worn the mark yourself?
Save the witch. You can fix her.
You'll hear the truth soon enough. Her screams are confession. Watch 'em rise with the smoke.
Flames kiss at my heels. Their hearts twisted fate.
Burn the witch.
As my skin slowly heals. The darkness cannot wait. But I won't break. I won't scream. I just wait to wake from this dream. And as I draw my final breath.
What a monster! I didn't burn her. I didn't do it.
I mean to my death.
He's not even trying to save her. Why did you let her burn? Oh, let me guess. You guys could fix her, right? It's a really interesting. It's really, they really, of course we could fix her. You don't know until you. QA and design. Righteous Fire? Will you guys stop looking at all that stuff? Imagine working for him. Poor tech. He just let a poor. Don't even start. Don't start. Don't start. I'm officially eating dinner. My wife just brought me a little something. It's just a baked potato. Looks like a little cheese, sour cream, and bacon bits with a chili cheese dog. Nothing crazy. Just a little dinner. So
I'm spoiled?
I'm not spoiled. I'm not spoiled. Saturday night spoiled? No. So that I'm not eating in silence, we'll watch some Riker.
First major look at Diablo 4 Season 15, and Blizzard is leaning hard into Diablo 3 nostalgia, with Soul Splinters, 9 returning legacy uniques, Rebirth, and as well as some major class changes. Some of this could genuinely shake up the meta. But Blizzard is also making iconic mythics even less special, which is pretty much the exact opposite of what I wanted. Meanwhile, Path of Exile's new league is off to a strong start. Dungeons & Dragons is getting a full World of Warcraft crossover. Titan Quest 2 has revealed its new Summoner Mastery, and more. Hey folks, this is Riker, and I dig into RPG and gaming news so that you can spend more time playing games. Timestamps below to skip ahead to different topics. But before we dive in, a word from this video's sponsor, Zombie Waves. At first glance, Zombie Waves looks like a fairly straightforward zombie survival game. You have one character, a gun, and an increasingly unreasonable number of zombies trying to remove you from existence. But the longer you survive, the more it turns into a full...
What do you guys think? I get requests to do sponsorships for these types of games all the time, and I always turn them down. Should it just be like, just Aaron, just nobody cares? Like, what? I'm curious what people think. I always turn them down. Why? Nobody cares. Just take them. Sell out, bro. It's the way. Yeah, sell out. I just, again, I
try
always
to have this conversation with people all the time.
Get your bag.
I normally
just
come
take
across
the money.
as this crazy shill, which is probably true.
Nobody cares. Part of me says get the bag, but the other says not for us. Just take the money. Oh, brother.
On Bullet Heaven roguelite, where the real goal is to put together a build capable of wiping out everything on the screen before everything on the screen wipes out you. Every run begins with your character relatively underpowered, and as you kill enemies and collect energy stones, you level up and are given a choice between 3 randomized upgrades. And this is where the actual build craft comes into play. You aren't just choosing which upgrade has the largest number attached to it, you're looking for skills that work together, strengthen your weapon, compensate for weaknesses in your build, or set up larger synergies for later in the run. There's more than 100 roguelite skills to experiment with, along with different guns, equipment, ultimate abilities, companions, vehicles, and customizable robot sidekicks. And because the upgrades are randomized, you can't necessarily force the exact same setup every time. You have to look at what the game is offering you, recognize potential combinations, and adapt your build as the run develops. The controls themselves are designed to be played one-handed, so the basic movement is easy to pick up. The complexity comes from the decisions you make during the run and whether those decisions can actually survive the game's larger hordes, elite enemies, and bosses. Zombie Waves is free to play on iOS and Android. Use my link in the description or scan the QR code on screen, and you will also receive a special starter pack worth $50. That pack includes 3 weapon material pull vouchers, 2 robot decryptors, 1 equipment draw voucher, and 888 diamonds. The starter pack offer is available through my link for the next 30 days, so check out Zombie Waves on Android or iOS and see what kind of completely broken build you can put together. Starting off with Diablo news, the test server for Season 15 kicks off next week. It'll run from August 4th to 11th, and it will include a selection of the features and updates that the next season of Diablo 4 will offer without giving away everything. Blizzard says they'll still have more to share about Season 15 at BlizzCon in September, and the season will kick off shortly thereafter. We know this BlizzCon is supposed to be a big one for Diablo, so I wonder what cards they're keeping up their sleeve. So, for Season 15, we're getting Soul Splinters. These are reminiscent of Diablo 3 Soul Shards. They are new socketable items that can be placed in jewelry, and they seem to be tied to villains like Belial, Zoltan Kulle, and Lilith, and they offer a buff and a bane. They come in 5 rarities: common, magic, rare, legendary, and unique. They can also be upgraded in the Heraldric Cube. They also grant resistances, so it seems they are strict upgrades over gems for the most part. No need to worry about sacrificing resistances to equip these seasonal items. So for example, the Splinter of Anguish, based on Andariel, Maiden of Anguish, that splinter gives fire resistance, crit chance, attack speed, but increases resource costs by 30%. The higher the rarity of the Splinter of Anguish, the better the buffs, so you can upgrade it in the cube to get better. The Splinter of Sin gives lightning resistance and max health, but reduces your primary resource by 30%. The Splinter of Lies gives cold resistance, increased gold find, crafting material drop rate, and bonus XP, but you are always weakened and vulnerable. That's interesting. I guess you would use this on your T12 speed farming build once you're strong enough to take on higher tier content, and therefore you can handle taking a ton more damage. The Splinter of the Black Soul Stone does not give resistance, instead giving all stats, and its effect, killing enemies, absorbs a soul for 15 seconds. Each soul increases your damage a bit, but also increases the damage you take. And this effect stacks, but does not refresh. This is kind of interesting. I imagine most builds will probably try to squeeze this in for more damage, and then players are just going to complain about being one-shot. The Splinter of Pain gives poison resist and damage reduction, but you lose movement speed, so this might be good for pit pushing, where you don't really care so much about move speed. The Splinter of the Mother gives physical res and makes you unhindered, plus touching enemies makes them vulnerable for 10 seconds. But once you have touched 100 enemies, you are stunned for 4 seconds. This is one of the more interesting ones. There are synergies in the game based on being unhindered, and having the ability to make enemies vulnerable for free is pretty significant. That potentially allows you to free up some room in your build. Maybe you're relying on an item or an aspect to apply vulnerable, so this has some build changing significance. The 4-second stun, however, is completely unplayable, so you would only run this if you could instantly break out of stun, or if you're just immune to being stunned. The Splinter of Hellfire grants all resist, increased damage, but you basically can't crit. And the Splinter of Damnation gives shadow resistance, and killing an elite pack increases monster power by 1 for 12 seconds. That's another interesting farming one. So overall, I see these splinters being used for different builds, or under different circumstances. In general, you're probably going to only use a splinter if you can either mitigate its negative its downside, or if your build just doesn't really care about that downside, right? If you know if you basically have infinite resource, then it doesn't matter if your resource is reduced. If you're not a crit based build, it doesn't matter if you don't have crit chance. Now, some of these are just kind of gimmies, like every build is going to want to use them, but others are going to be used in specific circumstances for specific builds. Some are going to be meta changing. I actually think that these have the potential to impact the meta in a more significant way than we've seen a season theme impact the meta in quite a while. It kind of reminds me of the D3 days where the seasonal theme would result in builds changing. Not, we wouldn't see the emergence necessarily of completely new builds, but the existing builds would have significantly different itemization due to the season theme. And in Diablo 4's case, I think it's not just going to be the itemization, but also potentially what skills and paragon boards and all that we're going to be selecting. So I do believe we're going to see some meta shakeup. The season is also adding a new feature, challenge dungeons. These are portals that appear in the overland and lead you to a boss fight. And when you're entering, you actually get to choose a difficulty level for
I'm not
better
going to eat
rewards.
the plate.
So that's interesting. The season will also include overland ambush. While roaming the overland, sometimes a demon will hunt you. You're going to get a warning and have 30 seconds to choose to flee back to town like a coward. And this is explicitly a really challenging encounter. It kind of reminds me of the Nemesis system from Diablo 3's console version. The Nemesis was a rare spawn. It was a tough boss fight. And if it killed you, then it would disappear from your game and actually move on to someone on your friends list, and it would pop up into their game, and then they get the warning, Nemesis has spawned or whatever. And I think the more player kills the Nemesis got, the stronger it would become, and then the better its rewards once you finally killed it. It was a really cool system. I never got to experience it because I was a PC player, but it always sounded really cool.
At the end of this video, Crafton is mentioned. Don't say that.
And it's obviously not going to work like that in D4, but it kind of has that energy, right? The warning, strong enemy approaching. Then we're also getting 9 legacy unique items being added to the game. These are 9 uniques from past Diablo games, and the 4 that will be available to all classes are Leoric's Crown, Nemesis Bracers, the Stone of Jordan, yeah boy, and Squirt's Blouse, which is Squirt's necklace, but returning as a chest piece instead of an amulet. Leoric's Crown in Diablo 4 has a pretty neat effect. For the purpose of what you slot inside this helm, it's going to be considered jewelry. So the helm will be considered like an amulet, right? So when you put gems in them, it's going to give you resistance. Plus, the effect of any gem socketed into Leoric's Crown is going to be doubled. Nemesis Bracers, just like in Diablo 3, will make shrines spawn an elite pack. Great for farming. Then they're also bringing in 5 other items that'll be usable only by specific classes. Well, by a set of classes. By not all classes, but still more than one class. That includes Henry's Perquisition, which was the adorable cat mojo for witch doctors back in Diablo 3. In D4, it's going to make you gain primary stat equal to 115% of your dexterity. Interesting. We didn't get the full details of all the new uniques and what they do. We just know which ones they are. And that's going to be Ariok's Needle, the Furnace, Messerschmitt's Reaver, and the Ingam. And I actually don't know what the Ingam's going to do because we already kind of have the Ingam added into D4. That's Tyrael's mythic sword, Eldruin. The effect is basically what the Ingam did in D3. So I guess we'll see how the Ingam translates.
Yeah.
And for those who may not know, I'm referring to the Ingeom. It's Korean and it's pronounced Ingam, like I just stepped in gum. Now, speaking of mythics, the devs say they're listening to our feedback, they're making further improvements, they will make the system simpler, offer more crafting choices, and give us more control over getting that one mythic that we really want. So to that end, they are making mythic crafting more deterministic. For the cube, upgrade to mythic will be the most expensive way of getting your mythic, but it will be a 1-to-1 transfer, taking your existing item as is, removing any randomness in the outcome, and boom, it's just a pure upgrade to mythic status, boost the stats. That's exactly how we wanted this to operate, so this is perfect. This also will put a crafted tag on your mythic, and you can only have one crafted mythic, and that's totally acceptable because this is the only thing that gives you the crafted tag. All the other ways of making mythics, right, the blacksmith, the jeweler, those will not have the crafted tag. So the random gambling mythics, those will not have the crafted tag, so you can wear as many as you want, and it's just the one that you upgrade to mythic that'll have the crafted tag. Totally cool with that. And jewelry crafting remains mostly as is. You pick an item slot, you get a random mythic from that slot. And the blacksmith will remain largely the same, except now it does not guarantee an iconic mythic. it'll just get any random mythic. So this is pretty terrible, because now the item pool is about 70 per class. So 1 in 70 chance of getting the mythic that you want. At this point, it's really just a dump for excess resplendent sparks.
Wow. 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 I didn't catch that one.
But the part that wounds me, the iconic mythics, well, they are somehow getting even worse. You will now be able to find non-iconic, regular, unique versions of the iconic mythics. So they're gonna be easier to get with worse stats. This is the complete opposite of the direction I wanted to see things go. So really not happy with the state of uniques and mythics going into season 15. Crafting, though, again, much better place. Gotta give them that. A much better place than the start of season 14, for instance. But the overall itemization of mythics and uniques is, for me personally, my tastes, my interests getting worse and worse. I've already spent many videos expressing my dismay at what has been done to uniques and mythics. I won't bore you folks by repeating my arguments. One neat thing, though, you can now get mythic charms for your talisman, not just mythic seals. There's also going to be a whopping 16 new unique charms based on existing unique items that have been added to the pool of potential unique charms. And then, a huge feature for some of us, those who have wanted this feature from launch, finally getting it now, Rebirth. If you know, you know. If you don't, you probably won't understand why we care so much about Rebirth. So here's the situation. It's a new season, you want to jump in, but you got no free character slots. So you got to go, you got to delete one of your old characters, a character that you gave a name to, you personalize their appearance, you spend dozens, maybe hundreds of hours with this character, and for some of us, we form an emotional attachment, and deleting that character just kind of feels bad. It feels bad, okay? It just feels bad. It's a feels thing. It doesn't make a difference in the grand scheme of things. It doesn't change anything, but it's a feels bad moment. So with Rebirth, instead of deleting that character, you click Rebirth, and what happens? That character gets converted to a level 1 seasonal character. 0 progress is kept. All your gear is deleted. You have to have moved it onto into your eternal stash before, but your appearance, your customization, your transmog, your name, your mounts, pets, portals, your headstones, and even the number of hours that you have logged on that character, that is all kept and preserved. It's largely a symbolic thing. It's an emotional attachment thing. It's a pure feels thing. There is absolutely 0 advantage you get from Rebirth. So any follow-up questions that you may have about how it works, whether, am I gonna preserve my this or my that? No, there is nothing. The answer is tap the sign. No advantage is given. Nothing that can ever be considered getting an advantage is given from Rebirth. So that's why most people won't care, but for those of us who do care about our characters and get attached to them, this is a good feature.
Care about their characters? What do you think? He's playing an RPG of some kind?
They're also adding the Heraldric Post. This is a way for the D4 team to mail us rewards and messages directly to our account. Then as for balance changes, looks like we're getting some good stuff coming. Generalized nerfs to the Barbarian, just the class as a whole. It's been overperforming for a while now, so this is warranted. Then Druid is getting generalized buffs, along with the nerf to the Storm Shepherd's 2-piece set. That's good. Necromancer is getting some generalized buffs, plus a couple of targeted nerfs.
Yeah, there's just an action.
Paladin is getting some generalized buffs. Rogue is getting a few targeted buffs to some underperforming builds. Sorcerer is getting generalized buffs. It's getting a nerf to the Firewall build, which was the dominant Sorcerer build, and it's getting targeted buffs to cold builds. Cold builds have been underperforming since forever. Spiritborn is getting a nerf to its #1 build, Counterstorm, which is overperforming, but then it's getting some targeted buffs, including, ironically, a new Paragon board to support Pestilent Swarms, Spirit Swarms, and Storm Feathers. But then the Warlock is getting significant targeted buffs. Not just numbers going up, he's getting more riders to his skills, like
Barb F tier, so now Aaron can play it again. That's right.
Like getting weakened apply or vulnerable, just tons of buffs all around, including many skills now being able to be cast while moving. One complaint about the Warlock was that it could feel clumsy to play because of the start and stop with many of the skills, so that's huge. Warlock is by far the biggest shakeup of this season. So many changes. Really looking forward to seeing how the Warlock feels in Season 15. We're also seeing a nerf to the Heavenly Strength defensive aspect, which has come to dominate, and we're instead getting buffs to other defensive aspects to make them seem more viable in more targeted niches. So this should give us more variety. Overall, I'm liking the direction of the balance changes this season. So overall takeaway, this season feels very Diablo 3 inspired, like leaning into D3 nostalgia. And I never really thought a D3 remaster was going to be a possibility, or getting any new content to Diablo 3, since D4 and D3 compete in the same space, right? Like D4 and D2 serve two different audiences, but D3, D4, they're games that are catering to the same audience. But now, seeing these signs, I don't know. New Blizzard is hard to predict. How many of you folks would actually like to see either a D3 remaster or new content for Diablo 3? Sound off in the comments.
D3 remaster.
But as for the rest of the seasonal stuff, the Soul Splinters seem like a decent system, similar to stuff we've had in the past, so it's not like a super innovative feature, but meta shaping. Rebirth is a big win. The new activities sound interesting, more focused on getting us out in the overworld. There's going to be good synergy there with making Helltide more fun. I'm not a fan, again, of where we're landing with Uniques and Mythics. I maintain my stance of make Uniques unique again, with all their affixes predetermined, and iconic Mythics should be stronger and more special, not weaker and less special. If the issue is that a couple of those iconics were dominating the meta, then we should buff the underutilized iconics, like make Andariel's visage worth a damn, and then just make iconics harder to get. But hey, that's just my preference, just the way things are going, it takes a lot of joy out of the item hunt for me. But bringing in those nostalgia uniques, that's nice. I hope the Stone of Jordan is going to be on the impact level of Diablo 2. In D3, it was kind of meh. It really got overshadowed by the convention of elements. And it'd be really cool if there was some secret associated with the Stone of Jordan. Now, beyond news of the test server in Season 15, we got a patch this week that gave us the pit bubble back. Hooray. Better late than never. They also fixed the infinite escalating nightmare farm exploit. And they seem to have, as well, finally fixed the bugged rogue build that's been topping the leaderboards. Again, better late than never. At this point, I'm just hoping for a solid Season 15 start, so all these changes are aligning us there, positioning us very well for that. Also, I've been seeing a continued rise in complaints about being one-shot, and I'm of mixed feelings about this. I don't fully agree with the community complaints on this one. Like, at some point, there has to be some challenge in the game. At some point, you need to have to actually play the game.
What is he talking about? What challenge in the game and have to actually play it? I don't really Can anyone help me? Has he played D4? I don't really. We're not pro players like Aaron. What? You know what? Never mind.
Pay attention, react to things you're seeing, avoid getting hit, and adjust your build to stack defenses to avoid getting one shot. On the other hand, visual clarity is an issue. We need to be able to see the things that we're trying to avoid. And, effects persisting long after a monster's death while we're no longer in the combat loop and we're just trying to get loot before moving on. Yeah, that is not fun gameplay. I agree. But for one shot specifically, my mentality is, in normal play, like, for not fighting Uber Mephisto or something, just regular play, there's nothing that should be able to one-shot me if I have fully invested in my defenses against that thing. The thing is, no one does that. No one fully invests into defense. But I believe that things should be tuned such that someone who is fully invested can tank whatever the game throws at you in regular play. An ARPG is a dance between balancing your offenses and your defenses. Well, really, it's about stacking as much offense as you possibly can while having as little defense as you can get away with, and then dying as...
Spox, you wrote D4 LOLOL. Literally D4 expansion. You were in chat saying, I cannot believe how good this game is. I think it's my favorite ARPG. That was your words. Like a few months ago.
Many times as is acceptable to you. And I just feel like many people are going to follow a build guide, and all the build guides push you towards a build that is stacking offense generally at the expense of defense, maybe not 100% glass cannon, but really getting away with a minimum level of defense. So players follow these builds, and then they complain when things in the game start one-shotting them. Now, I'm not saying the complaints are invalid. I am saying that at some point the game needs to have some level of challenge. And yes, it is entirely possible that the one-shots right now are over-tuned, that there's too many on-death effects, that these effects persist for too long. There's definitely stuff to look at there. But I don't think any of us truly want the game to turn into something with zero challenge where we can fall asleep mashing buttons, wake up an hour later, and we're still not dead.
Yes, that's
now,
what
to
they
that
want.
end, Blizzard has given us an update. Quote, "While I can't give specifics, this is something that we'll be addressing. We've heard the feedback loud and clear and agree that dying to these things isn't a great experience." So, good news there. Then it's the Path of Exile news. We're a week into the new league, and sentiment seems to be largely positive. The socket color change is probably the biggest win. Leveling through the campaign is such a better experience.
All I hear about in PoE 1 is tiles and ground loot. That's it. There's no loot.
When you can more easily swap to new gear drops rather than be locked to your current gear due to socket colors. Absolutely game-changing. Beyond that, I've seen some more advanced players complaining about this being a poverty league due to a lack of ground loot, specifically for a...
What did I say? Sorry.
This, that the league mechanic isn't rewarding enough for the investment. The gameplay loop itself is great, just the juice needs to be more worth the squeeze.
I died because that didn't count
We
as a
did have
real
a patch hit late this week
I
that
took my
brought some
hands
good
off the
changes,
keyboard.
including a buff to loot, but it was a loot from chests, not from monsters, and it seems monsters barely dropping loot makes players kind of feel like, well, these monsters are
He's
a waste
yelling
of my time.
again.
So we'll see what the devs do from here, but sound off with your thoughts on the new league.
That
in the
didn't
comments,
count.
folks. On the PoE 2 side of things, we finally fixed the long-standing shader issue, which turned out to be an NVIDIA problem, not a GGG problem. The patch went through, your shaders will need to be recompiled, so initial load times will be slower, but for those who have been experiencing shader issues, they should now be fixed. Then in some Warcraft and Dungeons & Dragons news, after a leak prior to Gen Con, Wizards of the Coast has officially confirmed a World of Warcraft crossover rulebook for D&D. It's a campaign setting book for both players and DMs that includes all 11 races from WoW, and you'll be able to play every class from WoW. There'll be over 60 new spells inspired by existing spells in WoW, over 50 new monster stat blocks, and 30 dungeon bosses that are designed to recreate raid bosses. I'm particularly excited about that part. The physical book will retail for $60, and the D&D Beyond digital version will be $40. Pre-orders already started, and the official release is November 17th. I am huge into D&D, and there was a time I played the 2005 World of Warcraft RPG by White Wolf.
Zolo,
As a
what up?
DM, I really liked their town building system, which basically would ascribe like ability scores and feats to settlements. This is going to be the first of D&D's Universes Beyond line, which consists of crossovers. Wishing for a Diablo one, but given that we're getting a separate standalone Diablo tabletop RPG that seems to still be in the works, I don't think we're going to get that crossover. Meanwhile, the president of Wizards of the Coast is stepping down as of September 1st, moving into an advisory role. John Haidt joined Wizards of the Coast as president 2 years ago after spending almost 13 years at Blizzard. He was the Warcraft franchise general manager. The official message from Wizards of the Coast is that they are beginning a search for a new president to replace John, so it seems he caught them off guard with this. Now, could this be related somehow to last week's news that we didn't cover in a news video, but Wizards of the Coast recorded a $56 million impairment charge against its video game division. My understanding is that means they now believe that their video game division is worth $56 million less than they previously speculated. And this is due to the cancellation of several video game projects. Thankfully, though, there are two projects that I cared about the most. Warlock and Exodus were not impacted. We've spoken about these two games before, but Exodus...
I think what we should do is we should talk to Cryptic Studios and relaunch Magic Legends. We'll talk about that later.
This is a sci-fi RPG that seems like it can fill
What are
the
you
void
drinking?
that Mass
I'm
Effect
not
has
drinking
left.
anything.
Like, honestly, this has the potential
No.
to be the new
What?
Mass Effect, gang. I'm really excited for this game.
I don't even know
And
what
Warlock
that is.
has you playing as a Warlock in a D&D setting. We don't know as much about that one, but hype for that too. Then is some quick other ARPG news, kicking off with Grim Dawn. We're a week into the latest expansion, Fangs of Asterkarn, and it's been a great addition to the game so far. I've had a chance to try out the new class, the Berserker, and man, is it fun to shapeshift into a Wereraven and blast enemies with cold spells, all while having a little peck animation to grab loot off the ground. I've actually just this week released a video on the top ARPGs to play in 2026. Grim Dawn is on that list. Check out the video, folks, and let me know if you agree with my pick.
We watched that video. He said Ellie is doo-doo in that. I'm aware of what he said. I'll talk to him about it at BlizzCon.
Then in some Titan Quest 2 news, we've gotten a glimpse at the upcoming new mastery coming to the early access ARPG, the Spirit Mastery. The Spirit's all about wielding the powers of the underworld, manipulating the forces of life and death. The Spirit makes use of Shades, a new resource exclusive to the Spirit. Shades can be used to either support a summoner playstyle, and I think the Spirit is intended to be the primary summoner mastery in the game, so lots of minion-based builds possible here. But you can also use Shades to instead empower spells if you want to go for a more caster-first build. The Spirit Mastery also allows you to sacrifice life instead of energy, so it has a big focus on vitality and life leech. And folks, if you're wondering what's going on with Last Epoch, well, it's new publisher and owner Crafton is doing very well. They just reported record growth with second quarter revenue up 95% to almost $1 billion and operating profit rising 67% to $283 million. And that, I'm pretty sure, is after they had to end up paying out that $250 million.
No, I was told by Sam that they're going bankrupt because of the Subnautica. It can't be right. The ghost of Last Epoch.
$1 million lawsuit to the founders of Subnautica, given they lost the lawsuit against them. Krafton attributes this growth to Subnautica 2 and to PUBG. PUBG revenue rose 25% year over year, while Subnautica 2 launched into early access and hit 5 million units sold within its first month. So with things going so well at Krafton, that means less pressure on Last Epoch, more time for them to cook and work on that next season, the expansion and the new class, and console release. Now folks, do be sure to check out last week's video in which we went over the ways in which Blizzard made even more changes to how we acquire mythics in Season 14. Hint, it's raining mythics. Cash in while you can. Because that's going to wrap up this video, folks. Thanks for watching. Special thanks to my supporters for making these videos possible. If you enjoyed...
Thank you, Mr. Riker. All right, here's the link to Riker's video. Well, that was a quick update, wasn't it? They just need time to cook, guys. It's only been season... Guys, listen. Okay. We're going to be getting the season 5 of Last Epoch soon. If anything, any day, any week, month, we're going to get it soon. This year, we're going to be sitting here laughing about all this. Tomorrow or some year. This year, Spanky. They did turn the... Did they turn the stove on? Any year. Don't you remember the May dev stream when Mike said they haven't even started working on season? I forgot about that. Why do you got to bring up stupid stuff like that? We might get it this decade. We got more information in one answer from the Dark West guys than we got from LE guys the past 4 dev streams.
What are you, drunk?
So 5 years from now, we'll be laughing at how funny we were while waiting for the whole... You guys... 4 dev streams the past 2 months. Guys, You're going to sit here and tell me you think the Dark West devs gave more info than the Last Epoch dev streams on Friday? Is that what you're going to say? Yes. By far. This is a bounty, though. I've been hunting this guy. Stupid bunny, get out of here! Sorry, whoa, sorry. An elephant gun.
That.
Undecember gives more info than Ellie. We know that's not true. Does this game have hybrid controller support? It does. Believe it or not, I will say it is a little awkward. The Dark West demo does not have controller support. That being said, they say that the individual, so follow me for a second. Dark West in its alpha demo does not have controller support. The person that is working for the Dark West implementing controller support is the person that implemented controller support for grinding gear games. They expect twin stick shooting level of controller support inside of the Dark West. Oh God, yep. That's not a good sign. Well, that's what they said. Anyone else got a problem? I am too OP for the demo. Oh, that was ridiculous. It could be good. I'm sorry, Aaron. I'm losing all hope about Last Epoch. I've stopped watching the developer streams as it annoys me as Mike seems more interested in playing Ellie than answering questions. Mike does tend to get very excited when he is following an S-tier meta progression broken build. For example, last season when he was playing EQ Summon Bear Beastmaster, he'd get all distracted once he broke 1,000 corruption. In that same vein, right now he's playing the Blade Dancer Dancing Strikes broken build, and he's just so excited, you know. So yeah, he gets very much into the game. Yep. It would actually make sense to format what the Dark West did today. You could literally have Carve to the right playing Last Epoch, some whatever crazy build, and then Mike's there not playing but answering questions. And then if there's a question about gameplay, hey Carve, can you go to the skill section and show off X, Y, or Z, right? Something like that. Only Mike had the S tier with the information. Carve hasn't been seen since season 2. Carve has not been seen since season 2. He should be following builds off action RPG. Duh. Take my check now. Perfect. Mike wants to stream. It has nothing to do with info. I know. That's probably true. Nothing matters. Wicked is coming. Oh my gosh. I've already said there's one event left this year. It's either Last Epoch Season 5 or Wicked 1.0, whichever one comes first. So I'm going to guess that Last Epoch Season 5 will drop first, though. What do you mean, Wicked? Wicked? The Dark West Early Access? Wicked it? What do you mean? I'm going to give Wicked a go? You are fooling yourself. Wicked is boring to watch. I fear for the standing of LE once Wicked 1.0 drops. LE's fumbling the bag. They had crazy momentum. I know. We need a Dark West EA Darkathon. We love watching Aaron die in Wicked. I'll tell you what's boring. Waiting for the LE Season 5 trailer. Okay. I've said this a few times. And I should probably just make this known again for the people in the back of the room. The last 2 months, we've been pleading to get the Last Epoch teaser trailer. Not the Last Epoch actual seasonal trailer. The teaser trailer is normally about 13 seconds. So what we're actually, these last 2 months have been, it's about 13 to 16 seconds of content is actually what we've been asking for. Tells the name of the season, the date for the season, and a theme of the season. So, you know, that's... The seasonal theme, though, is brooding. We are that desperate. Yeah, we're that desperate. We're not talking about the seasonal trailer. We are talking about the 13-second teaser trailer. That's what... is what we're talking about. I mean, yesterday we got news, Aaron. Also, yo, what's up, Dark? I have 5 seasons waiting for... I have 5 seasons waiting for Marksman to be good. Dude, Neb, I know that was your question during the dev stream on yesterday. When you're like, somebody asked a question, when's Marksman going to get a buff? Or when's Marksman going to be good? And I literally said... I know who asked that question. It was you, right? We're talking about practice. Like it has to be you. Yeah, we're talking about practice. Claim reward. I killed you. Reward was a shotgun.
Road nearly killed the mules. Supplies run thin these days. Travel light on supplies, heavy on munitions.
Talking about practice. Aaron, how are you going to raise $1 million to fund the minions in the Dark West? Oh my gosh. We got our first Jack. Why do I care about Jack? Because if it was a spade, we would have had a royal flush. Or a diamond, if it was a diamond. If it was a jack of diamonds, we would have had a royal flush. I got the 10, queen, king, and ace. Come on. Another 3. Holy crap. I have 4, 3 of diamonds. I found 9 threes. Five of clubs. And guys, somebody said it's like Aaron pulling pets in TLI. That's not what this is like. Oh, crap. 2 of diamonds. 3 of diamonds. 4 of diamonds. 5 of diamonds. 6 of diamonds. We have a straight flush. I wonder what's better, 5 of a kind or a straight flush? Straight flush. 75 fire res, 75 curse res, 75 physical res, 75 crit resistance, 5% multiplicative life, 5% multiplicative resource, 15% increased weapon damage. 5 is the best hand in poker. It's rigged. It's not rigged. So obviously this is for survivability. 5 of a kind. Increase weapon card effect, weapon damage, max life, max resource. Guys, is it weird that I want the cards in order or no? Would you do the same thing? Yes, but no. Yes, of course, in order. You calling my ADHD weird? My OCD would hate them out of order. You have 5 of a kind with 10s. I know. So it's funny. I already tested that, which I was a little disappointed in. 5 10s and 5 3s gave the same bonus. I actually hope that in the future, like, I know there's like a zillion card combinations, but yeah, I hope they randomize all that stuff. Boo! Now I will say, okay, I don't know how the Dark West team fixes this. This is the Act 1 demo. So this is a pre-alpha demo. All right? In just the demo, this is a fresh start on a brand new character. Look at how many cards I have. Now, they've already said that there's going to be a stash tab to keep your cards. But, obviously, I already have 5 of a kind. I've already got a straight flush, and I am 1 jack away from a royal flush. So, just, I don't know how to say this without sounding insane. A little nervous that within the first couple hours, you have the best poker hand. And then it's like, if you get this too early, there has to be a way to like rarity of cards. I know they've talked about tarot cards, but there's got to be, like, the system is so fun that I want to interact with it all the time. I'm actually spending all of my gold on buying cards. So, how about high straights from aces to 10? What a high... That's a royal flush. Yeah, I need the jack. Oh, oh, you want to see just what the straight does? 40 to all res. So that's interesting. It's 40 to all res. And then the straight flush is the bigger version of straight, which is 75 to all res. I know it sounds stupid. I want to know what the royal flush does so bad. But I need the jack of diamonds for the royal. We also have, well, the other ones I need 3 of. I got 3 clubs, 3 spades. Farming for the next 30 minutes, you should have it. No, I just found my first jack. I literally just got my first jack after 4 hours of playing. So, yeah, when you go to the vendor over here, when you turn in these bounties and reset the town, the vendor throws cards in it. Which, by the way, I feel like I need to tell the devs.
Price is fair if
I think there's something in their system where this card you buy has a higher likelihood of being a 3. I know that sounds stupid, but I now have 9 3s, and almost all of them have come from this purchase. So it's either just insane RNG or there's something calculating in the back.
Caravan leaves a dog.
Yeah, I already got a full house. Yeah, we had a full house. Straight flush is better.
Road nearly killed the mules.
Either that or one has a higher chance. Or maybe like a 3 is not a good card in the game. So you have a higher chance when you buy it to get a bad card. I don't know. But either way, it's yeah. Yes, it'll have controller support. There's a member on the Dark West team that helped develop controller support for Path of Exile. He is currently doing the controller support for the Dark West. It should increase the bonuses if you have the higher hand. But in poker world, technically a straight is a straight. Obviously a higher card straight beats another straight, but a higher card straight's never going to beat a flush. This has the potential to even add bonuses of the same reverse of the cards, even unique reverse types. Yep. Hopefully they'll figure out a hybrid controller sport. I hope so. I mean, I actually haven't seen a game drop, like a newer game drop from one indie dev to AAA without hybrid controller support, with the exception of Path of Exile. And Jonathan Rogers already said hybrid controller support is coming at 1.0. So that joke will be over pretty soon. That joke will be over pretty soon for PoE 2. Does it have a sort button? Yes. It's got an auto sort button right here. It's got a crafting tab where your crafting materials automatically go in. It doesn't use potions. This right here and this right here are your alcohol. You're gonna have alcohol. And you're gonna have like a drunk meter or something like that. Also, we can't access it. You'll see right here, there's these 2 bags on the UI that are locked. I believe this one, your hex binder will actually store your cards. This one I don't know. Alcohol fixes everything. What? I thought it was kind of funny and a weird pet peeve of theirs. What is it? Oh, the alcohol? It's 1880s Western. Throwing alcohol in there instead of potions. Yeah. This game isn't allowed in the US unless you turn 21. Duh. Everybody knows that. All right. the anti-potion mentality. I mean, the only thing I don't understand about that is I do have a potion. Sai. So for example, if I hit 1 on the, like, when I'm dying, I do have a potion that fills. So I'm not sure. Are they saying they're going to get rid of that? I don't really, like, I can hit the button to fill. So I don't know. Maybe like just the generic, but not like a flask system is what they're saying. They're not going to have flasks like PoE, but just a generic like healing.
That wind don't sound right.
Snake oil reference opportunity. They said something about that during the podcast, something like that. But when this game is done, they obviously have like huge, like all this stuff. Like there's going to be the saloon and the gamblers poker room. Like they want there to be a lot of fun. Like when you go to town. Okay, I said saloon, want it to be a lot of fun, go to town. I could see where this is going. That's not what I mean. They want it to be like when you go to town in the Dark West, there's tons of activities to do outside of killing monsters. Okay, not those types of activities. Like playing poker or getting in fights. Oh, I'll go to town. Something's wrong with all of you. You all need help. I don't know what else to say. You're digging a hole, Aaron. I know. I'm stopping right now. All right. Everyone, thank you all for tuning in to the Dev Chat Q&A with the Dark West team. It was actually really fun and very informative. I even took notes on it, thinking about making a Dev Chat Dark West edition. I'm not 100% sure yet, but we'll see. I took notes nevertheless. And look at this. Early access timing, end game plans, item plans, spender system ? Campaign skip, how factions will work, controller support, multiplayer, 6 new characters, potions. This is like actual info stuff. Imagine having enough content to take notes during a dev chat. It'll be longer than the LE dev chat. Oh, brother. This one has a great future. I hope so. We only had a couple people today that said it's not good enough to compare it to PoE. Only a couple today. All right. Guys, tomorrow is Sunday. I normally stream and have church. Tomorrow is my daughter's 14th birthday, so I'm not going to try and fit in streaming, birthday, and church. So I streamed today to hang out with all of you to play some Dark West. Tomorrow is my day off, and then I'll be back to stream on Monday. So just FYI, but I might post a video. He forgot. I didn't forget. Send her our grats. I will. So Monday is my birthday. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Happy early birthday. Okay. Hope you all have a no more days off. I'm not. See, I was here today. Hope you all have a fantastic rest of your weekend. And I will see you Monday morning. If not, hit me up on Discord. Here's the link. All right. See you guys. Bye. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.